Just popped
Oh,
up.
all right. Andrea, you want to welcome everybody? Or did I put you on the spot with that one?
Yeah, you did.
Welcome to
Welcome, everybody. It's great to see you. Thank you for
Yeah,
joining us.
I love putting you guys on the spot. Oh my goodness, these lawyers call me every morning. Um,
What did you do?
I'm dealing with Morgan and Morgan for a medical malpractice suit, but
Oh,
it's like I got this in the mornings. So, uh, these people they call in the morning, they send me a text. Uh,
yeah. Well, hey, your money to them.
Pain that never sleeps is what the text message says. Pain never sleeps. I got pain, but
Yeah.
not from the stroke anymore. But
Well,
uh,
Don't let it go too long. You need to call him back.
yeah, don't talk too loud about it not being from the stroke anymore.
no, it wasn't. It was the suit isn't about the pain now. It's about the medical malpractice, about the
Yeah.
delayed. Forgot what it's
Diagnosis.
called.
Right. Yeah,
There
the
we go.
yeah.
It took them almost 3 days to diagnose stroke. So yeah, there was a what's it called? An ad, and I'm not Toaster, Twisted sent it to me, and she said, yeah, since she had a stroke too, she knew that I had one, and she was like, we can check this out. I don't know if she did, but I just filled out the information. I didn't really want to talk to them for hours. So now they're just calling every day. We'll get it together one day when I'm not doing this. Um, yeah, try calling when I'm not busy.
Well, when are you not busy with all
That's
the
what I'm saying. I
video?
don't even have time for my thumb.
Yeah. I don't know. If it's gonna get you paid, I think that might qualify for a little nudge up the priority list, you know? Make some time for something like that. Like you really deserve it based on,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um, so my daughter, I asked her little topics because she's very bright and she always has me wanting to question Mark. And we were watching, I forgot the show we were watching. It's coming to me. I forgot the name of the show, but there was a little girl, and uh, her dad's telling her a story about God, and she goes, "Who is God?" And then he laughs and he starts like, "Oh, that's another story for another time." And she was like, "I heard about heaven. Is it a real place?" And her dad was like, "Do we have to have this conversation right now?" I looked at my daughter and she was smiling, and I was like, "Please don't ask me that question." And then she looked on YouTube and she sent me a link and she said, "Ask Mark, is heaven a real place? Is it a place in the sky like they say?" I told him, "I don't want to go into that argument with Mark. I don't know about any place in the sky. Never researched it." But yeah, I got a link that she sent me, and it says how to explain the afterlife to children. Is heaven a real place? It's only a 46-minute from some
Oh,
random guy, and I
only,
decided that I
only
won't listen to
46
it.
minutes?
Huh?
Only 46 minutes?
46 seconds. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Only 46 seconds. Uh,
No, I was going to say, how do you hold the kid's attention for 46 minutes explaining all that?
Oh, I
Um,
haven't seen it yet. When she sent it to me, I was just like, let me watch this with you guys.
okay.
So yeah, so not watch it with you guys, but listen to it. 48 seconds of how to explain to a kid what about heaven and what it is.
From Okay. From any
Oh no, it's longer. It's 3 minutes.
um,
Okay.
from any
So
particular religion's perspective, or is it a kind of
I have no idea. This is a link a child sent me. So just know that this is what a child sent me. Um, and yeah, I think she's trying to play with me. Because when I looked at her, we're watching this, she was already looking at me. Uh, I was like, "You're not gonna ask me what she's asking, what she's asking her dad, right?" She
hmm,
was just like, "I'll look it up." And yeah, she sent me the link. Is heaven a real place? Uh, we will figure it out after we listen to this guy. Uh, he's explaining how to explain it to a child.
After reading Surprised by Hope and noticing how children are taught, well, sort of, since most of the adults don't know it themselves,
No, they haven't
about
actually.
heaven, death, resurrection, and so on at church, I wonder if you can give tips how to address the problem of children referring to heaven as a place in the sky or as a synonym for paradise or a place where God looks after the dead, as a 5-year-old told me yesterday at Sunday school. Any tips on how to get the message across to children would be greatly appreciated. If we don't get our teaching right with them, we mustn't be surprised when we get grown-up Christians who muddle everything up.
Absolutely. I totally agree. It seems to me we have tended to concentrate on the spatial thing of going up to heaven or whatever, or him talking about way beyond the blue. And Jesus going to his home above the sky and stuff like that. That's really not helpful. Heaven in the Bible is sometimes spoken of like that because the Hebrew Shamayim does duty for the sky and God's space. But actually, when you then look at what the Bible says about God's space, it isn't up above the sky. Solomon says, heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you, how much less this house. Nevertheless, heaven and earth somehow do meet in the temple. And then in the Gospels, Jesus himself becomes the temple. And in the epistles, the Holy Spirit constitutes the church as the temple. And each time, that means we are at the dangerous overlap of heaven and earth. So getting away from that spatial upstairs, downstairs thing is helpful, but also the time question, because people don't realize when they're looking ahead that we are promised that world history as we know it will have an extraordinary denouement in which, as Paul says in Romans 8, the creation itself will be set free from its slavery to decay in order to inherit the freedom which comes when God's children are glorified. So it's not just up then, it's way out in front of us. And here's the thing, one of my students a few years ago said that trying to explain this to his little daughter, which is the question we've been asked, he was reading Revelation 21 and said to her, sooner or later, God will make a time when there will be no more tears. And he said that really resonated. A 5-year-old child knows about things that cause you to cry. And he said that thereafter, his daughter would say, Daddy, when we get to the no tears place, oh, that's really good.
Yes.
But there will be a no tears place because God himself will wipe away all tears from all eyes. And so the fact that that is going to come and that in the resurrection of Jesus, it has already begun. We are on this time track between the launching of new creation and the completion of new creation. And then within that story, we can talk about heaven and earth coming together.
Okay, so initially she asked me to ask Mark, and then she sent me this link. So Mark, your response to explain heaven, because I don't have an answer and I don't want to be questioned anymore about it. So I said I'll ask Mark.
Well,
Your outlook. Hey,
I think
Toaster.
toast.
Hey. That's something I wasn't expecting. How you doing?
You're muted.
I can get off.
No, you're here.
Had you heard what we were just listening to?
No,
No?
I was just eating a pastrami sandwich.
Oh.
Sounds hilarious when you say it like that.
Well, it's yummy.
My daughter asked me,
Yeah, there
Is
was.
there really a heaven? And I told her, I don't really know how to answer that question because I don't want to say yes and I don't want to say no. And then you go to school and you ask somebody and I give you the wrong answer. And she says, ask Mark what he thinks of this video. So she sent me a link and it didn't help me understand anything more either. Well, it kind of did. How to explain it to kids. And then their accents too. I don't know if the accents threw you guys off. Um, but yeah, I just don't
Everything
have
sounds smarter
knowledge to where I
in
don't
a.
want to say this happened and this happened to a child because I haven't read the Bible all the way. Yeah, I don't want to give false advice. Where is heaven, Toaster?
Where?
Well, in the Jewish faith, it if you're talking about like heaven as in an afterlife, there isn't one. All the souls are waiting until Judgment Day.
Hmm.
Then after that, who knows?
Yeah.
Then the result of the judgment, right?
Yeah. I don't think that was separate. Actually, I'm getting confused.
Oh wow.
I had a seizure last night, so beware of anything I say.
Perfect. Perfect. My daughter will understand that when she watches this. That we can't explain this because you had a seizure, which is explainable, self-explanatory. Yeah.
In the Jewish religion, there is no afterlife. You're still judged, but I don't know why.
The Jehovah's Witness, they said that you are, I guess you're brought back or something like that. I forgot the word that's used.
Resurrected.
Resurrected. We will be resurrected, they say.
Yeah.
So we will see.
But in
There's so many different people.
the Jehovah's Witness belief, I think that they believe that it's in a very very
Resurrected.
real sense that
Resurrected. We will be resurrected. Sorry about that.
something okay. Yeah, from what I understand, Jehovah's Witnesses believe that it is a physical bringing back of the body itself and not just a I don't know, it's a very different understanding than the more mainstream Protestant viewpoint of a more um, spiritual sort of um, I don't know. I mean, the God in the clouds kind of imagery um, when I was growing up was not necessarily thought of as a physical place so much as it was considered a sort of metaphor for um, being um, accepted and brought into the presence of God. And in a sort of sense that is outside of time and space, because that is, ultimately where um, we believe the um, um, God exists from, right? If time and space is a creation of God, then God is not within time and space or not constrained within time and space. So he has to be somewhere outside of that creation itself. So um, that is the sort of um, metaphor used when Yeah, it's a difficult concept to try to struggle with because it's not explained particularly clearly. Um, I mean, it can't be explained particularly clearly. The best we can do is um, kind of approximate it with um, our human language. Um, but uh, that is the sort of kind of uh, the not dichotomy, the two sort of, when you say heaven and hell in the sort of Christian Protestant sense, and I can't speak for all Protestant denominations. I don't know. A lot of them would probably disagree with um, what I'm explaining here, but like Jehovah's Witnesses would not agree with this characterization. Um, but yeah, so if heaven is eternal connection, presence with God, then hell is simply um, not cast away, not being rejected necessarily, but you are not with it, um, how do I explain it? Like if um, since God is the uh, basic like definition of what is good, then the uh, flip side of that, the complete opposite of that is um, is um, no, that's not a good way to say it. I don't.
We can move on.
It's if I knew this question was coming, I would have thought a bit more about this.
I'm glad you didn't know it was coming.
Maybe your daughter
I
just
like the
wanted
build
to
up as
see
you're
me
thinking about it.
squirm or something. I don't know, but I love the question. I love the thought. It's really it's yeah, it's a in um oh, wow.
We're ready for that.
And well, it's that video was a very good kind of explanation, I thought, of this sort of um a broad sense of the sort of Christian characterization of it. It's not necessarily like up in the clouds, because up goes forever, right? And
Yeah.
any direction, right, goes forever. So
So
it
you are
can't be up in the
so
clouds.
people are paying attention to you, Mark. So just throwing it out there to you. Because my daughter for sure is I didn't know she watched as much as she's watched, but she's watched a lot of these videos, and she said she likes Mark's explanations. And I was just kind of like, what about my explanations? I bring some of these topics, and
But
Dad
your
is
dad,
yeah,
Have a
Dad is as
tendency
interesting as
to
Mark. That's exactly
explain.
what it is.
Yeah, I have a tendency to explain kind of ad nauseum. Maybe that's just kind of
Yeah,
why
but she's at
I
school
take
right
over.
now. and
but
tomorrow's the last day of school. So
really, oh, that's exciting.
yeah.
Very cool.
Uh,
Nice. More time to watch podcasts.
no, you know what that means? That means she's gonna be commenting live. I wasn't a big fan
Oh,
of that, and that did come to mind, but
okay.
not looking forward to it. Not looking forward
No,
to extra questions
no,
live. Uh,
yeah.
I don't mind asking me questions here because I can think about it. But I just imagine my daughter putting the question over and over and over. Oh man, I'm not looking forward to
Don't
it.
give her ideas. You know this is live, right?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
it's it'll be good to hear. Good to hear. Good to, I mean, it's a good question, a really good question. So, yeah,
Um,
something to think about. Maybe tell her I'll try to get a better answer than this. I feel like I'm kind of fumbling around,
oh
but
no,
How
you
do you
gave.
explain heaven?
Yeah, I I'm sure she'll see what you thought. Um, Mark's opinion, but she was like, you should do a part where it's just Mark. So we're not going to do that. That's kind of where we started at. That's where we. That was why we started, so we could all
uh,
get Mark's opinions. Now we have Andrea, and then we got Toaster today. So we have group decisions. But yeah, like I said, she took me to, do I believe in heaven? Where is it? And I didn't want to answer those questions, so I'm glad you did, Mark. Uh,
yeah.
I gotta hop off for a few minutes, but I will be back.
I was just going to send you an article. I'm going to send it to
Oh,
Toaster, and Toaster
oh,
can read it.
You send it to
Toaster
me.
could,
I'm being called by my mom.
Oh,
okay.
wow. Well,
Well,
I'll be here reading this article then.
well, yeah. Yeah. I just did a quick check on the Jehovah's Witness beliefs about heaven. I don't know if you want to kind of circle back. I could
Yeah.
point that out. But yeah, so yeah, in the book of Revelation, of the one of the things that you notice if you read it is that they use numbers a lot. Numbers come up repeatedly and seem to have very specific significance and importance. Um, excuse me, 666, the number of the beast. That's where that comes from. Satanic uh, imagery where 666 is kind of used in a lot of like metal sort of bands like to use and channel that sort of stuff. And so that's one of the numbers there. Um, 7 is a number of completion in throughout the Bible, but um, 144,000 is mentioned specifically in um, Revelation 7 and Revelation 14 as being the number of believers. Um, so it is, yeah, they believe only exactly 144,000 faithful Christians will be accepted into heaven uh, as the anointed. Um, I don't mean anointed, like that's just the word I was reading it in quotations. That's why I did air quotes there. It's the word anointed is the word that is used in the Bible to describe those. So it's not particularly clear at literal face value in the book of Revelation what they mean when they say the anointed there. But the Jehovah's Witnesses, um, when they read it, they look at it, and they use an entirely different they use their own translation of the Bible too. They don't use the same Bible that like I use. It's got some words changed that change some of the meaning. Um, Subtle changes, but important changes in some of the very um, core beliefs. But um, yeah, so it is yeah, the rest of the faithful. Okay, those 144,000 chosen individuals, the anointed will serve as kings and priests alongside Jesus in a heavenly government, and the rest of the faithful will live forever on a restored paradise, earth, um, like transformed paradise, return it to kind of a Garden of Eden state, um, purged of evil again. Um, so, um, you got something you need to say? Or,
Everybody out there watching, we are talking about when my child asks, "What is heaven?" Because we seen a show last night and a child was asking her father, "What is heaven?" So if you're wondering what we're talking about, my daughter asked me to ask Mark, "Is heaven a real place?" And now we're figuring it out. Mark is getting it to us. So if you guys are watching, press that thumbs up button. Thanks for watching. And you can go ahead, Mark.
okay.
Try to figure it out. I don't want to tell her yes because I don't have the evidence. So haven't done my research, so I figured I'd ask Mark.
It depends on which faith you're referring to,
There
right?
we go.
Um, and yeah, as we heard Toaster, um, there is no afterlife in Judaism, she said. In um, the Protestant sort of
Whatever you choose to
generic
believe.
Protestant that I described just there, is very diffuse and very different from the Jehovah's Witness version that I'm just reading here. Um, well, reading, confirming. I didn't want to say a lot of this stuff before because I am not a Jehovah's Witness. I have not studied this. I've read a little bit. This is just what um, a Google AI summary of their Jehovah's Witness JW.org.
They wouldn't
So
believe that at all.
when
Jehovah's Witness would be like, "Nope, that AI is wrong." I
right,
can see it now.
probably. I mean, yeah. So I just want a disclaimer. I am not a Jehovah's Witness. Go directly to their site, jw.org, for uh, confirmation or disconfirmation of anything that I'm saying right here. But yeah, so uh, the 144,000 is a very limited number, right? You think, I mean, just the number of, I think the number of Jehovah's Witness, like actual um, baptized, believing, strict adhering Jehovah's Witness worldwide exceeds that 144,000, right? So it can't be that that's all that get saved, right? Or whatever, but or whatever, not whatever, but um the great crowd or earthly hope is what they say here. That the vast majority of faithful believers, referred to as other sheep in quotes, I think that might be their term for it, have the hope of living on forever in a perfect, peaceful earth and that aligns with God's original intention for humanity. So Jehovah's Witness don't believe in an immortal soul or in hellfire. They believe that when a person dies, they cease to exist entirely. The dead are essentially sleeping in the grave until they are resurrected by God in the future. And following Armageddon, there will be two resurrections. The 144,000 will be resurrected to heaven, while billions of others, both faithful witnesses and those who did not have the opportunity to know God's laws, will be resurrected to live on earth and given a chance to learn and obey God's will. So um, that's that's Jehovah's Witness concept of it, summarized. I'm sure that there's a lot more subtle details to it, but they take a lot from very literal readings of Revelation, excuse me, which is a very key difference between Jehovah's Witness and the mainstream Protestantism. Um, they have not only their own translation of the Bible, which has differences in revelation from the rest of Protestantism, but then they read that literally, and that is not the way the rest of Protestant Christianity read um, Revelation. So, um, yeah, Protestants generally believe that it's um, symbolism and uh, metaphor, allegory. Um,
It's
not that it's
kind of similar, sorry to cut you off, to Judaism, where it's kind of there is a world to come.
Is there a resurrection of the uh, individual into this new world to come?
The righteous and the um there's also a thing that as long as there are 12 righteous men in the world, God has promised not to end the world. Of course, what does he mean by righteous?
Do they,
Um,
I mean, do they have to be um, uh, Jewish by,
that I don't know.
heritage?
That I would have to ask a rabbi for.
Yeah. And then
You
I'm
guys are
sure there
gonna
would be different traditions. And
you guys are gonna leave more questions, me being asked, because when this was happening, I was just sitting there and I was like, you know how you look like somebody to your right and you think they're looking at you? That's how I was doing my daughter. I was trying not to look at her because
you can feel the eyeballs on the side of your head.
yeah, because the guy he asked
Mm.
his daughter asked him, what is God? It's like, what is heaven? And then I instantly like look out of the corner of my eye to see if my daughter's looking. And then I had to look back straight because she was looking. And then the kid was like, "Do you believe in heaven?" I asked her dad that, and then he's like, "Oh." And then that's when I looked over at my daughter, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, I feel like that guy just asking questions that I have no idea what to tell you."
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
that's what she's
lightly
been
drop the
doing.
biggest question in all of humanity's existence on your lap, and hey, little light conversation.
Mhm.
Um, okay. Yeah, that's um,
In other news,
but I love that that question came up. And
me too. I'm glad you answered it because I
it's
don't have to. I can just say, "Watch this."
I yeah, I hope I answered it. I responded to it at least.
Yeah, you respond.
Reacted,
She's gonna love it.
replied. Um,
Yeah, she loves everything you say. Like I said, she told me you guys should have a Mark part where you let Mark talk. It's like, it's like, you don't enjoy hearing me? She said no. So I gotta live with that. I shouldn't have asked that question if I didn't want to hear the answer. So my other daughter said, don't ask questions that you don't want to hear the answer to. And thanks for letting me know that, because I probably would ask questions. But
Hey, I mean, you bring up the questions and prompts that get me to go off on so many of those entertaining tangents. So she's gotta give you credit for.
she doesn't want to listen to me, but she wants to listen to you. I was quite offended.
Yeah, I can see why that would. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to steal.
You are the reason she goes back and looks at the podcast. Like, literally told me that.
Well,
Uh, and yeah, she's waiting to hear Mark's response, and then I'm gonna be like, "Go watch the podcast," and she's gonna be like, "Well, okay," and then she's gonna come back with whatever evidence you just gave us and try to throw it in my face.
I mean,
Hey,
yeah.
that's what daughters do.
Any incompleteness to the answer, I tell her to come bring follow-ups.
Well, school is over tomorrow, so she'll have time coming soon.
Plenty.
Not
Nice.
looking forward to it, but for you have to answer the questions and I don't, it's gonna be great.
Okay.
In rocket news, I don't have any rocket news today, but I figured I'd ask Mark, what's going on for rocket news?
Hold on. I did not prepare rocket news, and I was just actually about to ask for a pee break.
Oh, okay. Well, in the meantime,
just momentarily, can I? Yeah.
Yeah. In today's news with your president, I don't know if you wanted to listen to. We'll skip that. Not necessary. Unless you want to hear that guy talk for 4 minutes. I don't. You look unsure.
No, I'd rather not.
Gotcha. And everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button. If you guys
I'd
do
rather
not
not
want to hear
watch
this
him.
president,
Nope.
yeah, please give us a thumbs up if you don't want to hear that guy talk. I'm not gonna play him anyway. But yeah. So yesterday, Russell Crowe, he snapped at some fans, and I thought that was interesting. I liked Russell Crowe, but he did not look like a nice guy that we see in the movies. I wanted to say that.
What Russell Crowe movies are you watching?
Well, I didn't expect him to. It says snaps at fans outside of a Paris hotel. I didn't expect that. I thought he was a good guy. I thought he was one of those guys in the movies who's gonna have some nice story behind him or something. You're sounding like a Russell Crowe fan. What do you know that I don't know?
Well, okay, let's put it this way. I don't dislike him. I like him because he is a friend of one of my favorite musicians, not Jimmy Buffett. A man named Alan Doyle. They even put out an album together. Or was it just a couple songs? Either way, it was fun.
Yeah, I could just let you listen to the audio because I haven't listened to it. Yeah, it says attacking swarming fans.
Okay, if they're swarming him, maybe he doesn't want to be touched.
What was happening? Who was swarmed?
Russell Crowe, and he snapped back at what is it? The swarming fans, and they decided to put him on the news. And I was like, wow, didn't think Russell Crowe would be in the news for snapping at someone, but I didn't watch the video, so I could watch it with you guys.
Wasn't there an entire South Park episode about him getting into fights everywhere? Like,
there is a whole song called "The Night I Punched Russell Crowe in the Head."
Fighting around the world.
Oh wow!
Yeah, hold on. I think I gotta It might be somebody else, but I'm pretty
Uh,
sure it was Russell Crowe.
I got the audio I want you guys to listen to real quick because I want to listen to it too.
Yeah, Tuggy.
Listen here.
Stay where you are. Pushing on me. I'll come for you. Everybody's space. As soon as somebody's go. You got me? Yes. Yes, sir.
He just dropped a couple F-bombs. F-bombs and walked on. That isn't that bad as I thought. I thought he snapped at people, was going to jump around yelling and screaming. But he was just like, hold on. You guys listening? And dropped a couple F-bombs. Not that bad as I thought it was going to be. But I'm ready for Mark.
The Russell Crowe song from South Park.
I have not heard that.
Well, hold on. Let me see if I can. If can you hear it?
One thing.
Yeah, I forgot the question I asked you in particular, Mark. What was it again? Before you left. Toaster probably remembers. I do not.
Dude, couldn't hear it.
Sorry, I'm too ADHD with all these texts I'm getting sent from my mom telling me I need to do things.
Oh, nice. You got a to-do list for the day?
Yeah. It's almost 1 here.
Oh, yeah. It's like 10-ish here. Oh, not even 10-ish. It's 9:44.
Yeah, I'm a bit ahead of you.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I forget until I see the light behind you go dark, and then I'm looking out the window like it's sunny here. But
Here, hold on. Okay.
I mean, you're always in the dark, Mark. So yeah. But
I dropped a link to the video in the chat. I don't know what my microphone somehow like filters out the background well enough that it, but check it out. Yeah, Russell Crowe fighting around the world. He, uh, I don't remember how. It was one of the earlier, back when it was South Park was still in single digits number for season.
oh wow.
That was a really awkward way to say that. Back in 2002.
The point is, it's not actually that unusual to hear that Russell Crowe was yelling at someone.
You should see the movie Russell Crowe
The
Snapped
fact that
on a
he
Mother.
didn't come to blows might be newsworthy.
There's a comment here by Angel. It says you should see the movie Russell Crowe Snapped on a Mother. I forgot the name of the movie, but the whole movie basis is he's following this mother because she cut him off, and he is terrorizing her day. He seems like the good villain for a movie, but not real life. They were talking like this guy was going to explode. I just read the description of it. He's just, yeah, like I said, just dropped a couple F-bombs. And he said, you listen, and you listen. Are you listening? And they were listening. They make him out to be the bad guy. It's cool in the movies. Especially the last one. What was it? Heist. Did you guys see that?
Heist? No.
That might have not been the name then.
I haven't. I don't know. I don't. I mean, I haven't. A Beautiful Mind, 2001. I guess I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm a Russell Crowe fan who goes and tries to keep up with all of them.
Um,
I don't
Den
know.
of Thieves. That's the last one I seen him in, and it was really good. Check it out. Den of Thieves. I don't know what streaming
Noah?
services it is on because I have too many streaming services. I don't know what anything is on.
Yeah.
One idea you guys should do: get streaming services that come with bundles, and then
Oh,
you have
yeah.
so many streaming services that you don't know what to do. So much is on. Yeah, everything I got comes with a bundle. I told my mom we'll never finish everything. When we're looking for shows, we're trying to figure out what service it's on.
The place I know him best is being Javert from, or it's not how you,
Javert.
yeah,
Les Mis.
yeah, that is.
I hadn't seen that version of it. I remember him as in the Gladiator very
Cinderella Man.
distinctly.
Check out
In
Den of
Beautiful
Thieves.
Mind, I remember him there. Um, but yeah, I didn't know that there was a Noah movie made, much less that Russell Crowe was Noah. That somehow kind of
Okay.
makes me,
um,
uses me slightly.
in today's news,
The Exorcism, yeah, Russell Crowe in both Noah and The Exorcism.
Hey,
we got the good roles.
uh,
He was the star of both of them.
oh, Master and Commander. Okay.
Um, so in today's news,
Anyway,
well,
yeah,
yesterday, there was a mob of
yes.
teens and young adults who stormed the Church of Scientology in New York and Midtown Manhattan. The video shows a swarm of teenagers and young adults damaging property and flooding the Church of Scientology of New York. On May 2nd, the mob caused approximately $10,000 worth of damage and injured a 30-year-old employee, according to the NYPD. So I seen this on YouTube when it was live. I forgot the YouTuber's name, but it was popped up and it's like live now, and they're like running down the street, like a group of like 40 people all covering masks, and they just run inside this church, and everyone's going upstairs, downstairs, in this room, in that room. And then the 26th, which was yesterday, they finally put it on the news in New York. I don't know why they took so long to put it on the news, but they made $10,000 in damage, and everyone had their faces covered. So now they're just gonna have to chase the guy who makes the YouTube channel, basically.
I mean, if you're gonna commit like felony trespass, don't live stream your face while you're doing it.
They had masks
gotta go
on.
again.
They had masks on, but
Okay. But it was still on their channel, which
yeah, it was still on their
traced
channel.
back straight back to them.
Yeah,
Not the brightest, I guess.
I'm gonna look it up and see if I can find the guy, because it just like showed me like some random thing that he's doing, and I clicked on him to watch the live stream, and that's what was going on. They're like running through the building, and then they get caught in the back of the building, and now I guess they didn't know how to get out. It was funny. So they got trapped in the building. I mean,
If they
in the
got
back of the
trapped in the building, then
in the back
there
of the
seems to
building,
be like a problem
they ran out
with
of the back door,
fire
just the
safety.
backyard, so they couldn't
Oh,
really get out. And then the
okay.
people are telling them, never come back in here. So then he's sitting there going, what are we going to do now? We're trapped in their backyard.
Okay. Yeah, so they that's kind of funny, actually. They got chased through the building into the backyard, and there was no way out of the backyard, and they were told, don't come back in here again. And so
Don't
they
come back.
couldn't get through the building or
Correct.
okay, that's kind of funny. That's really funny, actually.
And then they're afterwards on the video, they're talking about, okay, you guys, now we got to figure out how to get out of here. You're like, you guys, we'll come back when we find a way out. Yeah. Don't go bothering churches on the internet. I do not suggest it. Get your YouTube channel shut down. Won't be funny.
Oh no, what happened to my magnet? Oh. Okay. Sorry. Things need to be where they're supposed to be. Yeah, Scientology. Hmm. That's a whole conversation that comes with a lot of legal questions. They are very litigious organization. So yeah, I don't know. What were they did the kids say anything about why they were doing it? Or because
let me rephrase it. They were not kids, not like children. They were younger people, maybe like mid to late 20s.
Okay.
So yeah, they weren't kids. They were just somebody trying to get some clicks, and he had a pretty decent following.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm sure I wasn't one of the only people watching.
So are they like political activists of some sort? Or
it was just a suggestion. I never seen this person before, but they had maybe like 4 million followers.
Did you look at anything further about who that person was after it gave you that click and that link?
No, I just watched it to see if it was true, and finished watching it. Thought nothing of it, and I was on what they say, May 2nd, and this article came out yesterday, May 26th. Right. So they're finally talking about it. I didn't think it was a problem until I seen the article. Like, I just seen that and sitting there thinking about, I thought it was a problem then, and why didn't they get in trouble then? But now they just made an article about it.
As a form of nonviolent protest, trespass has a well-established history in the United States. I mean, just off the top of my head, big clear examples were in the civil rights era. A lot of sit-ins happened. You know, where black people would go and sit at a whites only restaurant counter and wait for the owners to call the police to have them come and arrested, knowing that they would be arrested, knowingly breaking the law and doing so for the publicity of the injustice. That has a history here in the um, um, if they're following that tradition, which is feasible because the Church of Scientology is a very problematic organization, then that's something worth knowing. Why were they doing this? If they were just running through the Scientology building because they wanted publicity for it, if they were just purely social media influencers trying to get more social following so that their channel gave them more revenue, then
He has
yeah,
4 million followers. I didn't
right,
understand it. I was like,
right.
what
But
clicks
if,
are you looking for?
well, no, I mean, it's not that they necessarily need more clicks. It's if they were bringing those 4 million eyes to Scientology and thinking about what, because I don't know if every Zoomer growing up now is necessarily aware of how nuts a lot of Scientologists are. Tom Cruise jumping on Oprah's sofa was not, you know, mainstream television in their childhood, was it? Like I remember that all over the news everywhere because it was such an odd thing to happen. Um, and he was doing it talking about how Scientology was so great and how it was giving him all this, I don't know if you watch the video of, actually I'm gonna just check real quick and see what comes up.
You said he was jumping on Oprah's couch. I think I heard about it, never looked into it, but that would be hilarious.
Yeah, when I just typed in Google, it typed into Google Tom Cruise and OP, and it auto fills Oprah couch as the top result. Oprah couch before even Oprah. So yeah, it's 20 years ago this week, and that was 1 year ago on in April. Yeah. So um yeah, real big deal for some reason. Uh but the context in 2005, Tom Cruise faced controversy for his outspoken support of Scientology in interviews during press for his film War of the Worlds. What became the most notorious moment from this meltdown was on the Oprah Winfrey Show when unexpectedly, in the middle of the interview, he energetically jumped up onto the couch they were sitting on while expressing his love for then girlfriend Katie Holmes. This became a popular meme and mocked everywhere. Oprah's face was basically the world's reaction. Cruise's over the top outburst was viewed as unhinged, as well as his ties to Scientology. The whole drama was parodied on a South Park episode. It was a turning point on Tom Cruise's public persona. Yeah. And there's a screenshot here in that Reddit post of, yeah, Tom Cruise midair,
It
arms
brings,
up, and Oprah sitting kind of like, uh, leaning back a little bit, like, I don't want to
I
still
could
be on this
imagine.
sofa with this guy here, but I can't get up and walk away from the interview.
He's like,
Yeah,
producer, are you
huh?
there in my ear? You're probably listening to the producer in my ear. Hello?
Yeah.
What do we do?
Producer probably also dumbfounded and aghast, like, what do we do? How do we get
Bro, how do we get rid of this
I
guy?
mean, yeah,
Shoot.
what do we even do? I don't know. But that was, yeah, 20
That
years.
reminds me of Dave Chappelle when he was
Oh
jumping
my
on somebody's
gosh.
couch. Yeah, you guys got to go check that out. When Dave Chappelle was like, "Fuck, yo, couch," and he
Yo,
was like
couch.
stumping on their couch, doing like the
Yeah.
running man and stuff. Oh, it was hilarious. Check that out, Dave Chappelle. Shout out Dave Chappelle, yeah, 'cause that is a hilarious skit. Um, I had another article that you sent me, and I'm gonna make sure that you read it because you sent it
Mm,
to me, and it's been
ooh,
in my tabs for a very long time.
a
And
long time. Oh, waiting
yeah,
long enough for me to forget about having sent it to you in the first place.
right, exactly,
Okay.
exactly what you said. Uh,
Good. Oh boy.
Yeah. So I send that right there. Check that out. And I
Oh, a
actually,
NASA one? Okay,
yeah,
NASA.gov. As soon as I see NASA, I
you
will
sent it to
leave
me.
there.
So
Yeah.
I just been waiting.
Well, you were giving I'm like it was this build up like, who knows what this is going to be. But NASA,
And we're going
okay.
all over the place. I got something
I
for when
will.
Andrea gets back and
Yes. Oh,
something good. Get ready, you
yes.
guys.
Okay. This is interesting, actually, because even have an appropriate T-shirt on. I will need to explain when I get later into the end of the episode here, or the end of the episode, end of the article here. But okay, um, let me see. Pull it up. And okay, so from NASA.gov, the title of the article is The Overview Effect: Astronaut Perspectives from 25 Years in Low Earth Orbit. So it says, to see the Earth from space is to be forever changed by the view. Since Alan Shepard became the first American to lay eyes on our home planet from above, countless NASA astronauts have described feeling awed by the astonishing sight and a profound shift in perspective that followed. The unique experience is known as the overview effect, a term coined in 1987 by space philosopher. Ooh, that's a cool job title. Space philosopher
Yeah,
and
that's the first
author
time.
Frank White. In a book of the same name, the phenomenon creates powerful changes in the way astronauts think about Earth and life, and can be particularly strong for those who lived and worked aboard the International Space Station during its 25 years of continuous human presence. The orbiting laboratory's cupola module, equipped with 7 windows looking down on Earth, provides the perfect place for observation and reflection. It's got an image here, cool image, looking back at the space station. See one of the astronauts inside, her hand up, big smile, hand up, waving. Uh, but okay, as Artemis 2 mission specialist Christina Koch explained, the overview effect is when you're looking through the cupola and you see the Earth as it exists with the whole universe in the background. You see the thin blue line of the atmosphere, and then you're on the dark side of the Earth. You actually see this very thin green line that shows you where the atmosphere is. What you realize is every single person that you know is sustained inside of that green line, and everything else outside of it is completely inhospitable. You don't see borders, you don't see religious lines, you don't see political boundaries. All you see is Earth, and you see that we are way more alike than we are different. Koch's Artemis 2 crewmate, NASA astronaut Victor Glover, said the overview effect's potency is closely tied to the quote sea level effect, humanity's shared experience on Earth. You come back to sea level and then you have a choice, he explained. Are you going to try to live your life a little differently? Are you going to really choose to be a member of this community of Earth? Wait, what? Are you going to try to live your life a little differently? Are you going to really choose to be a member of this community of Earth? Oh, yeah. Um, not sure what he means by that. I don't know. Does that make sense to you?
I definitely want to be a
That
member of Earth,
community of
at
Earth?
least an alive
Are
one.
you going to really choose to be a member of this community of Earth as opposed to what? Like,
That's what I was thinking. The only other option is space,
or to be
or
well,
to not be a member,
to
to be
become a
not here.
supervillain
Mm.
and a
Not looking
rejected
forward to it.
Earth community become an enemy of this community of Earth. Um, Moving on. Many astronauts emphasize the importance of unity after experiencing the overview effect. You see that it's a single planet with a shared atmosphere. It's our shared place in this universe, said former astronaut Bob Behnken. I think that perspective, as we go through things like the pandemic, or we see the challenges across our nation or across the world, we recognize that we all face them together. Seeing the Earth from space can also change the concept of home. Former NASA astronaut Nicole Stott recalls wanting to see her home state of Florida during her first mission to the International Space Station. Finally, we were flying over Florida. I wanted to go to the window and see it, and then realized somewhere down the line that I wasn't looking at Florida that same way anymore. She said, I wanted to see Florida, but Florida had just become this special part of home, which is Earth. We're all Earthlings. For some astronauts, their perspective shift inspired them to make changes on the ground. Quote, I think if you're not a conservationist before you go to space, you're at least partly a conservationist when you come back. Because when you see how thin that atmosphere is, that protective layer that we have here, you think, wow, we really have to take care of this because it does look so fragile from space, said retired NASA astronaut Mike Foreman. Others hope to share the overview effect with more people. Quote, that perspective helps you grow. It has really inspired me to try to get more people to experience this, or to it has really inspired me to try to get more people this experience and to get a permanent foothold in the stars for our species, said former NASA astronaut Jack Fisher. I want to do everything I possibly can to help the human species, humanity as a whole, go further and grow and evolve like I know they're capable of. Future crews to the orbiting laboratory can look forward to a similar experience. Quote, in that instant when you're overwhelmed with that vista, when your eyes see nothing but the beauty of the earth, every single crew member that I brought in for that experience or for that exposure cried, said retired NASA astronaut TJ Creamer. It is heart stopping. It is soul pounding. It is breathtaking. Yeah. So, Andrea,
I'm back.
we're talking
Sorry I was
space
gone so
stuff.
long.
I had
I
to let
heard.
Mark go to Space Talk and get this tab closed
Yeah.
because he sent me this link at least 2 months ago. Uh, just haven't
I
got to
heard
bring
part of
it
it.
to him. There you go. So,
Yeah.
Mark,
Have you
you
heard of
want
the
to?
overview effect before?
No, have not.
No.
But
So,
you got anything else to say about that? Because I
oh,
did
I
hear.
thought I thought you had a follow-up to that. No. Yeah, I got thoughts. You're kidding. I got more. It's crazy to think
I'll give you a
25
moment.
years that the ISS has been up in permanent orbit. Like that that is crazy. There have been other space stations in the past, but none that lasted 25 years, right? There was Skylab, American Skylab, there was Russian Mir station. Um, I remember as a kid when Mir was deorbited, I remember seeing that on the news. Um, yeah, it was they brought it down over into the Pacific, crashed down, because that was on this, that objects of that scale are too big to burn up in the atmosphere. Something's gonna hit the ground, you know. Um, but 25 years, that's, yeah. Do you guys remember anything about any news about the ISS when it was first sent up at all? Or are you not nerds?
Um, I am not a nerd, but
Oh,
I still didn't hear about it.
okay.
I was gonna ask you, what year was this? Because I may or may have not been watching TV at this point.
25 years ago is when it was
Oh, okay.
or yeah. Well, no, it wasn't completed 25 years ago. Couldn't have been, right?
You said
25.
when I was a
They've
kid.
added on to it,
Yeah.
haven't they,
Well,
over the years?
2001. Yeah, they sent up more modules. That's what I'm thinking. It couldn't have been finished in 2001. That had to have been when the first modules were put up and it started, because they've been sending things up and building and adding and all that stuff. But I think it was the space shuttle that brought up the first big modules and just sent it up. And then I think that the Russians sent up a rocket with another module and they hooked those together, and it was like the handshake, the space handshake, and the international cooperation has begun. Um, but
I remember
you
hearing
know,
about it, but I don't really know anything about it.
yeah, 2001, there was a lot of other news going on that year,
Yeah,
um,
And I had
at least
toddlers,
latter
so
half of
I was
that year.
busy.
rough year. No, more like an ending, rough ending.
Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
but hold on. Yeah, the Soviet station had a mirror from 1986 to 2001. Um, the ISS was formally conceived as a merger of two planned successor projects to the Soviet station Mir. The Americans were planning Space Station Freedom. Fuck yeah. And the Russians had Mir 2. Yes. So, yeah, put those together, the Shuttle Mir program. Or wait, no, before building the ISS, the US and Russia used the shuttle to dock with Mir 95 to 98. That's interesting. But yeah, so it had to have been the first connections there. And then we had the space shuttle for a few years, bringing up more until we ended the space. Wait, where did the sorry, my little zoom arm thing. I wonder if the Canada arm is still up there. There was um a robotic arm that we had with the space shuttle that could like move things around precisely, hold things in place, but it could connect on both ends, so it could like walk itself around, and there were different like connection points. Um, but that was
um,
but so yeah, anyway, the overview effect is interestingly enough, the name of the most recent album from a uh, progressive rock artist named Steven Wilson. Is one of my favorite musicians. And this t-shirt is from Steven Wilson's 2013 album, The Raven That Refused to Sing, a landmark of progressive rock, 21st century progressive rock. Interestingly enough, because it was kind of a throwback to, progressive rock prog collectives of the like 70s or so. But yeah, so interesting roundabout connection there. Um, and that about exhausts that topic, I think. Um,
All right. I had something for Andrea to read, but before that, uh, I'll let you get ready for that. I'll send you the link, but I'm going to read this
Andrea doesn't
article.
want to read.
Um, Again, I'll read this article, and we'll see. It says, a Christian charity says it's a problem boys don't rape girls anymore. They rape boys.
Wait, what?
I'm just reading it, man. I gotta let me read the article first. That's what it said.
Okay,
I'll
this
send you the link. You want to
no,
hear the audio? I want to read it, but they do have the audio where you can just listen to the AI. I got this. Christian charity says it's a problem boys don't rape girls anymore. Don't rape girls anymore. They rape boys. Uh, a
That's
Christian
just fucked
charity
up.
in the UK has said it's a problem boys don't rape girls anymore, and claims instead that children are being homosexualized. The Mountain of Fire and Miracles Daniel Center Church in Slaw, Berkshire, has linked homosexuality to pedophilia and bestiality in one of the sermons online. It is registered as a charity with its purpose of being the advancement of religion. That's in quotes, meaning the taxpayer subsidies the group's activity for public benefit. One video uploaded by the charity's YouTube channel as titled, in quote, Awake, Awake to Children Ministry, uh, against demonic sexualized objectifications of children, and preached by Pastor Praise in 2022. That is his name, Pastor Praise. You guys the picture of
like
this ball.
literally Praise, Pastor Praise.
Yeah, Pastor Praise.
I wonder if that was his birth name or if he had to change it for, publicity
Uh,
purposes.
I'll send you the link so you can see his face.
I
Anyhow,
don't care what his face looks like. Huh.
let me read this a little bit more. It says, she says the homosexualization of children will be deadly, repeatedly raising supposed examples of pedophilia perpetrated by gay men, which will cause children to be attracted to the same sex. She said the problem of rape right now in the world of our children is the fact that boys no longer rape girls. More boys now rape boys. Mountain of Fire and Miracles has a number of branches across the UK. In 2017, a center in Liverpool was found to practice gay conversion therapy sessions, which included intense prayer and starvation. And in 2022, a Facebook post, Pastor Raphael Oshula for the church in Belfast likened homosexuality to offering children as sacrifices. The fuck, I mean, I'll just keep reading. Taxpayer money should not be subsiding this repugnant rhetoric. National Secular Society spokesman Alejandro Sanchez says the vicious homophobia promoted by MFM Daniel is completely incompatible with its legal obligation to act for the benefit. Taxpayer money should not be subsiding to repugnant rhetoric. But MFM Daniel,
Repugnant rhetoric.
I don't even know where I am.
Sorry.
Yeah, what you said. But MFM Daniel is just the latest in a litany of charities registered under the advancement of religion, virulent, virulent homophobia. The Charity Commission cannot continue to issue more advice and guidance, the regulatory equivalent of a slap on the wrist. A Charity Commission spokesperson said concerns have been raised with about this video content linked to MFM Daniel Center Church, and we are assessing this to determine any role for the commission as a charity. Yeah, so
What the fuck?
it's in the UK, so not that that makes it any better, but it isn't here. Man, yeah, and he has a following.
That's unfortunate.
Right. And actually, I think it was a woman. Now that I think about it, it kept saying she. Yeah, but either way, that's messed up. Comments, Mark?
Mm, uh, mm,
No comment. Gotcha. Um,
I mean, I don't understand the title, the way they frame it. What are they that the way the language that they use in the title makes it sound like boys need to be raping more girls so that
that's
they
what it
don't
sounded like.
become gay.
That's exactly what I thought they were saying.
How about nobody rapes anybody?
Right. I was gonna
That's a
say
much
that.
better goal.
I
Well,
was gonna say that. Nobody. Yeah. So
did the
uh,
pastor actually say that though, or are they? I don't know. I don't.
yeah.
She
I
did.
remember reading that in the
They did.
beginning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pastor Praise said that.
That girls need to be raped more, or
Not in
what?
those exact words, but
I don't know. They
yeah. You probably don't care to read it. Should I send it to you so you can assess it?
I got the point. I got the gist of what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's crazy. For lack of a better word. Yeah. I don't have anything to say for that. I have children. That would be. Uh,
no.
but
First
I
of
do
all,
have
being raped does not make you gay.
right.
And nobody should be raping boys or girls or anyone ever. No.
What she said. Um, Mark, there's an article you sent me, so I sent it back to you just to get it out of my tabs.
Okay, are we done with this topic or
Yes, we are. I have
yeah,
nothing left to say unless you do.
that was yeah. No, I mean it's they I think that a lot of a lot of these like hateful rhetoric when it comes out, it's mm, I don't know, it's mischaracterizing the way um I don't know. We should yeah, we should move on.
Gotcha.
It's yeah.
Um,
Okay, I'll read this next one. I don't know what they're talking. Yeah, I don't know. I keep going back and thinking about it and trying to imagine what the heck their thought process was, and I can't even even in the most generous, like give them the benefit of the doubt, I can't imagine what who in their right mind. uh there's problems there beyond anything um I don't know. Not
just
everybody
in
who
case.
claims to be a Christian represents Christ. So can I say that? Um,
Yeah, just in case you
it's
get curious, I
it's
sent that link right there
okay.
just so you can read it
Thank
and
you. Or
maybe
delete
see
it out
something
of
I
the
didn't
chat
see.
history as I no. I'll
Yes.
I'll check it out. Let's see if they have any. I don't know. At the very least, look up the name and see what they're. I'm gonna move on. Okay, signpost.org. So psychiatric um, research and whatnot. Their article headline says real world evidence shows generative AI is making human creative output more uniform. Yeah, I think so. Um, have you guys, just before we start, have you guys noticed anything? Like I've noticed subtle things on YouTube. A lot of like the larger podcasts and stuff, larger content creators are kind of starting to use similar um similar sort of titles, video titles or thumbnails for their videos. They're starting to look a little more similar to each other. I don't know. I've just when I saw that title to that article, um, I don't remember if I read the whole thing or not, but it just resonated. It's why I clicked on it initially, because it's like, yes, it seems like it feels like that has been happening. Or putting words to something that has been bugging me. But anyway, using artificial intelligence for creative tasks tends to make human output more uniform on a collective level. Excuse me. A recent preprint study provides evidence that while these tools might boost individual performance, they contribute to an overall reduction in the diversity of ideas across different users. This widespread reliance on automated assistance could lead to a narrower range of concepts in collaborative environments. Generative artificial intelligence refers to computer programs capable of generating new text, images, or other media based on user instructions. The most common of these tools rely on large language models, Developers build these models by feeding them billions of sentences from the internet, allowing the software to recognize patterns and predict how words should follow one another. Since many users interact with similar systems trained on overlapping data, scientists have raised concerns about how technology shapes human thought. Researchers Alan de Rouge, Roy, Roy, uh, Rooj, Alan de Rouge, Roy, I don't know.
Good enough.
Yeah, Dutch names, right?
Yeah.
Assistant professor in creativity research at Tilburg University and associate professor at Avens University of Applied Sciences, and Michael Mose Biscayne, Biscayne,
Good
um,
enough.
Biskjaer, there. Associate Professor in Design Creativity and Innovation at Aarhus University, designed a new study to assess these concerns. They noticed that previous research often focused on how these tools help individuals work faster or overcome temporary mental blocks. They wanted to know if this individual assistance comes at a collective cost. There are growing concerns that using generative AI may lead people toward similar creative ideas. While AI can enhance creativity at the individual level, these benefits come at a cost, or these benefits might come at a cost for creativity at a collective or even a societal level. The authors sought to answer whether generative software makes people think alike. Quote, we sought to address this by conducting a systematic review and meta-analysis of 19 empirical studies. They noted. More concretely, we wanted to examine whether and to what extent generative AI use is associated with convergence at the level of creative output, such as people's ideas, designs, and creative writing. Yeah, creative, right? I mean, if you're using a large language model to generate the language for your writing, then like for your creative writing, it's gonna kind of, I don't know, at what point can you actually take credit for the writing if you're generating it with a large language model, you know? Is it creative prompting of a model? Eh. A meta-analysis is a statistical technique that combines the results of multiple independent studies to find common overall trend. Okay, come on, just blah blah blah. Um, the time
Um,
frame covers period following the release of popular chatbots, including the first wave of empirical research on the topic. The researchers selected 18 articles. Okay, yeah, they're going into.
I agree that it could be that it is. I mean, could be good for people because a lot of people they're they get the AI art and then they'll make a painting and say, "I thought of this. I seen it with my own eyes." It's
Hmm.
like, what do you mean you thought of this? You told the AI what to do. They drew it for you, and you just painted it. So I think it's making people less creative, but it is making people actually go to art when they never were artists, when they just
Wait,
thought to put paint on the thing. So say that again, Mark.
you're saying you've seen people go to an AI and give it a
Get their
prompt, like
give
they
it a
have an
prompt,
idea and say, like, describe their idea, like, you know, I
and
don't
then
know,
they get it and they do a painting of what they asked the
and they
AI to do.
just
And it's
copy.
never been seen before because the AI makes it one of a kind.
Okay, that's dumb.
Yeah. You're gonna see a lot of fake art.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but though it's not necessarily fake, is it? Like you still
But
have to have
real.
the manual dexterity to copy a painting like that. That's not something that comes naturally to everybody. Um,
Hmm.
so there's a level of skill there that um, and a lot of people also think like when they uh, think of like super highly skilled artists, they picture, people who can go and just draw from imagination something
You
or
make me
whatever.
want to
But
paint.
that's not really the way a lot of the most skilled artists do a lot of really like a lot of the really photorealistic type of work. It's really common to use references for paintings and images and set up something over to the side and look at it to go and paint over here. So to that extent, like how is it necessarily too far off from, arranging some scene in a display over on the side, and looking up and, I mean, that's
I don't know if that's really what they're doing though. They're
right.
having AI like create the thing for them.
Yeah. Yeah. They're having the AI. Yeah. There
Real
is a lot
artists
to be said
used to
for the
come from the
creativity of arranging. Yeah. It's like it's like the difference between the composer of a symphony versus a player in the orchestra, right?
Yeah.
Uh, yeah.
um,
But I mean, there are, they are different important skills. It's not to negate the artistry of either one or the other. Um,
That's like apples and oranges.
mm, I
It's
don't
two
know.
different things.
yeah. So I understand what the article is saying. It's making humans more creative output. And basically that's what I'm saying. Like somebody who never drew before got a little help from some AI, give me an idea, give me a painting, and
Yeah.
it's an idea
Yeah.
that no one ever seen before. And I don't believe it's art, but hey, to each his own. It looked
Well,
good.
yeah.
It was a good copy, but I just was telling them it's not your art. And no one has ever seen it before, though it is his art. He asked the AI what to
Well,
do.
it's his
It's his
painting.
vision. It's not his art.
Well, it's
There
not
we go.
even
Ah,
entirely his vision. It's his painting. It's not his composition,
it looks really good.
but
I'm gonna actually have to take a picture and show you.
you know,
I just was
the
like,
the
I feel like you're a
generative
thief.
model can't take credit for the physical painting in reality, but he can't take credit for the composition of the image of the paint on the
Like,
canvas.
I think I'm the
So,
only one that knows that it's AI. So the painting is done. So it looks really good. No one knows other than me that that is not really his art.
yeah,
Well, his mom probably knows, but yeah, I don't think he's told anybody. So as of right now, people love it. Great idea. Uh, yeah, unless they go search his history. Yeah, Mark, you sent me that. So I'm glad you read it.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It seems I don't know. Is it possible that these tools are going to get better in the future in that they'll be able to not kind of converge, that they'll, I don't know. It's, hold on. Yeah. The scientists have also evaluated whether the type, blah, blah, blah. They categorized the experiments into four groups, which included divergent thinking, idea generation, writing, and visual art. Divergent thinking tasks are highly open-ended exercises, such as asking someone to list creative uses for a paperclip. Hmm. Yeah. How well can
Can you use
ChatGPT
a
creatively use a paperclip? I mean, you
uh,
need to have a sense of what a paperclip is in physical reality in order to know what it could be used for with other things in this actual real universe. Um, is that something that can even be developed in one of these models, like an AI tool, period? Or is it a fundamental limitation of these uh, processes that just we're going to come up against and bump up against and we'll never be able to overcome just by virtue of the way that they're being developed, right? If all they are if all they are developed and trained to do is um, imitate what is being introduced to them, then how can they ever do anything except imitate what others have done before? Can they ever possibly even hope to create some new original, actual creative idea, or is it only an illusion of creativity that is produced in the mind of the user who's interacting with the tool? They're passing the Turing test, essentially. Um,
yeah.
yeah,
We watched some YouTube videos and we did some AI stuff, checking different art, what this might look like or this might look like. And I didn't think he could do it, but yeah, the picture is his art. No one's seen it before other than me.
People
mm,
need to learn to think for themselves and not rely on AI.
yeah.
It's over with. Those days are far gone.
Well,
That's unfortunate.
yeah.
Right. It's very unfortunate, but oh man.
I don't know. But it goes on. There's more here. Wait, there's more. Um, so yeah,
Okay.
divergent thinking is the creative task for the paperclips. Idea generation tasks provide more specific constraints, such as asking for solutions to improve public transportation. The analysis shows that the homogenization effect was strongest in the idea generation tasks. Because these exercises require specific solutions to defined problems, users very users likely rely more heavily on the predictable suggestions provided by the computer algorithms. The researchers did not find strong statistical evidence for differences among the other three categories, suggesting that open-ended tasks lead to less convergence. They also checked if these patterns only happen in highly controlled laboratory settings. The authors compared traditional laboratory experiments with real-world scenarios, such as analyzing published essays and visual artworks created before and after the widespread adoption of automated writing tools. Ooh, see if people are slipping stuff by. Yeah. The analysis of these real-world conditions showed small but significant reduction in idea diversity. In many ways, or quote, in many ways, the findings resemble classic fixation effects from the psychology literature, where exposure to examples constrains later thinking. But here they appear amplified by the scale and synchronicity of generative AI model use, the researchers stated. This homogenization effect was observed not only in controlled lab settings, controlled lab studies, but also in real-world quasi-experiments. This suggests that it is not merely a lab-based phenomenon, but a practical concern affecting concrete creative processes and practices. Yeah. Um, they also investigated where this narrowing of ideas persists after a person stops using the software. Yeah, is it changing the way people actually think aside from just using the tools to create this stuff? Do
I,
people
s- I
walk
say
away
yeah,
and yeah,
because
Sounds that way.
yeah.
and like I told you, I'm the only person that knows about that art being fake. I'm not sure if his mother knows, but I don't think he told her because he's like, why? But yeah,
Mm,
why? Yeah, that was his thing. Why tell anyone? And I was just like, hey, that's you.
yeah.
I
Well,
just
yeah,
was
it
like,
would
I think
just
you should because you're
cheapen
talking
the
about how it's yours, and yeah. Uh,
well,
how
yeah.
surprised his mother was, I was like, okay,
Your reaction there, that
hey,
that
your art.
reply perfectly exemplifies why not to, right? It seems like it cheapens the value of his
Yeah. There's no
creative
thought process
endeavor
to it.
by,
Um,
you know, yeah.
yeah,
But
there's
okay, so let's
no.
see. They isolated a subset of studies that tested participants on new creative tasks after their initial interaction with computer models. The results suggest that the homogenization effect carries over into subsequent activities. Oh, the findings also provide preliminary evidence that the homogenization may persist beyond moments of direct AI use, the researchers told SciPost. In other words, interacting with these generative AI systems may shape how people think and generate ideas even after their interaction has ended. This potential rub-off effect, as they call it, on creative cognition warrants further research and is something we would like to explore in more depth. Yeah, that's concerning.
Very.
Um, yeah. These results closely align with another recent study published in the journal PNAS Nexus. Scientists Emily Wegner and Yoed and Kennett tested how large language models affect human creativity by evaluating 22 different commercial chatbots. They recruited 102 human participants to complete a series of verbal tests, and then asked the oh wait, verbal creativity tests, including the alternative uses task, and then asked the chatbots to complete the exact same assignments. They found that language models performed at or slightly above the level of the average human on most exercises. When viewed in isolation, A single chatbot provided highly original and creative responses. However, when the scientists compared all the responses from the different models, a stark pattern of similarity emerged. Across all tasks, the computer programs produced answers that were significantly more alike than the answers provided by the human participants. Both sets of researchers point to similar underlying mechanisms for this phenomenon. Because the major technology companies train their models on massive overlapping data sets from the internet, the programs naturally gravitate towards the most statistically common word associations. When thousands of people use these tools to generate ideas, the software acts as a semantic anchor. The model pulls human users toward a shared set of typical concepts, reducing the overall variety of ideas. They attempted to fix this issue by adjusting the internal settings of the chatbots to focus more, to force more random text generation, but this caused models to produce nonsensical sentences. Yeah. Force more random text, what are you gonna get except just nonsensical sentences, right?
Makes
Uh,
sense.
um,
Yeah, I was gonna say right. I'm there with you.
uh, Researchers should avoid interpreting these findings as proof that human beings are becoming entirely uncreative. They note that the reduction in collective diversity does not equal a total loss of individual ability. A key point is that our findings do not show that using AI reduces creativity, the researchers emphasized. Rather, they point to a shift in where and how creative diversity occurs and where it may be constrained. The author said individual output can improve in creative quality while becoming more similar across people. While these effects are often subtle in single instances, they may become meaningful when considered at the scale at which generative AI is now being used. The authors put out some limitations to their current analysis. Point out some limitations. The review primarily focuses on text-based tools and large language models, meaning the findings might not apply to other types of computer systems. For instance, adaptive machine learning programs or tools used for music composition were not adequately represented. This restricts how broadly the scientific community can apply these across, okay, in general, generic wrap up. Okay, so, uh, Kitty says, wow, wow. Oh, so, yeah,
I
so,
agree when they say people are being less creative. Uh, that's exactly what I was saying before you read it. AI is making people less creative. They're like, I can get help doing this instead of I can do this myself. I don't have to put all the thought process into it. Well, they actually do. And then the AI just puts everything together exactly how I wanted it. Most of the time, it's not how you wanted it, but it's still cool. Uh,
But it's being, as they put, homogenized, just like everybody else's shit. The more and more watered down your idea gets, the worse it's gonna get. Like the longer it goes on, you know?
yeah.
yeah, I
People
wonder
are,
how much variance there is in the output from these models. Like if your friend had somebody else go and take the same exact words that he used as his prompt and put it in their um on their account or whatever and
they can do
submitted
it.
that how
Me and you
would
can
the
try
image,
that.
huh?
Said me and you can try that. We can
Yeah,
press enter at the same time and see how that goes. Test it.
because that could be
I
interesting. If
I
yeah,
think it'd be interesting too. Um,
and then with iterative prompts and refinements, and it could end up being pretty different from um what other people would get from the same sort of, I don't know. I'm just thinking about what they were saying is where they need to, um where was it? Uh they point to a shift in where and how creative diversity occurs and where it may be constrained, right? If the diversity occurs before or after hitting enter on the prompt for the AI, right?
right.
I think that's what they're getting at there, at least, is it are there differences because of the AI model itself, or are there differences because of the people that are interacting with the model that are different and their responses to those models
Yeah,
and
the
their
AI might know
prompts
what
given
you
into
like.
them? Huh?
So I said the AI from your computer and the AI from my computer might know exactly what we might like and might make it different based on what they think we like. Or
Right.
it could be just the same because we press enter at the same time. You
Yeah.
never know.
Right. Like my YouTube home feed is all
Yeah, it looks nothing
rockets
like mine.
and space and yeah and uh, science stuff
I got
and
kids.
some you know
Subscribe to people I don't even know who they are. I'm sorry.
there's what?
I said I got kids. And there's uh they all watch different stuff and they'll
Oh,
subscribe to that person and they'll subscribe to a different person and another person and they'll get me watching something and we'll subscribe to that person and watch them live for 6 hours.
okay.
Uh
So
yeah.
yeah, YouTube's picturing you as what, like a Zoomer or
I
something,
have
or
no idea. YouTube, the image of me is
into a
not
lot of
correct
no.
because the image of me is me and my children using my devices. Uh they wouldn't know what to do with me.
Mm. Well,
Um
you should watch rocket videos. There's lots of those on YouTube.
ooh, something did pop up with rockets. When something is gonna do the launch or whatever, I got something that you told me to go to, and I seen it live, and they sent me the notification 5 minutes where they did the three, two, and they send the satellite up, and yeah, I got to see it go up, and it was over here, but it was like I forgot what time of day it was, but it wasn't a night shoot thing. Uh, just satellites going up. Now that you let me know, so I know what's going on when they're shooting rockets. Uh, thought those lines in the sky were airplanes.
Some of them are. There are airplanes too, but
Those look
yeah,
specific.
we got there's one going up here from Cape Canaveral on Friday. Ooh, May 29th at 7:33 p.m. There is an Atlas V slated to go up from Cape Canaveral. what's today? The 27th. Oh, 3 days from now. So what would that be? Saturday? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
Yes.
Saturday. Yes.
Um, you done with that last article?
Yeah. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah. Vandenberg, California, May 30th at 10 a.m. But I'm Eastern time, so these would all be 3 hours before. So
So
7
I'll
a.m.
be
for you.
asleep. That's what that's
Sound
saying.
asleep. Yeah, not an option. And June
Um,
3rd, there's another Falcon 9 from the Cape. So two Falcons and an Atlas. But the Atlas are cool because they're big.
I have no
They're
idea what that is.
bigger than the Falcon 9. Yeah, there was an Atlas that went up recently. I think it was the one that I tried to show you guys live while we were, I
Yeah.
went out front to the porch and was holding my phone, and I think that was an Atlas. But they're cool, especially when they launch at night, which there's not going to be very many of them anymore. Well, they have made the last of the Atlas fives. They're done. All of them are built and spoken for, and yeah. So I don't know how many will be night launches anymore, but that last one was a night launch, which is cool because the Atlas 5551 configuration has solid rocket boosters strapped on the sides of it. So with five solid rocket boosters around the sides, when they go up, once those solid rocket boosters are spent, they eject them off the sides and they fall back down. And from where I am, Orlando area, you can actually see those solid rocket boosters falling off the sides because, the engines are still the end is still kind of glowing a little bit. So tiny little specks. You can have really good vision or binoculars and are trained right on it. You can see these little the specks falling and they kind of light and they're rotating as they kind of tumble back down. Um, so yeah, the Atlas are cool, pretty fun. Just a solid rocket motors. They're big chemical um rocket, like pyrotechnic, essentially, more so than like the liquid rocket engines that the main the main rocket uses, which is more like kerosene and liquid oxygen. Um, but the solid rocket boosters are basically like Roman candles that you point to the ground. Um, so with five of them, they make a big flame going up and going over the horizon. Um, so good show. So
Sounds like fun.
mhm, yeah,
That's what I was thinking. I was
at
just
least
sitting here listening.
four whole minutes of fun until they're hurries. Yeah. Um, mm,
All right, I got another article here. It says psychology says people who are kind but have no close friends often spent decades as the one everyone called in a crisis, and the loneliness they carry now isn't about having no one to talk to, it's about having no one who calls back. It's an article from May 24th, so it's fairly new. the person who always picks up, the friend everyone calls in a crisis, the one no one shows up with the soup and the right words, has thought they don't often say that out loud. It crosses their mind on the drive home from helping somebody, sometimes late at night after a long call, once in a while, in the middle of an ordinary afternoon for no reason at all. The thought is, if this were happening to me, who would I be calling right now? They don't usually answer it. The thought comes, sits for a second, and gets put away. There's nothing to do with it on a regular afternoon, and they have things to get back to. But the thought has been coming for years now, and they've stated to notice it's been coming and that its own kind of information. Their first call when something falls apart, picture the moment a friend's marriage ends, the phone call comes out, uh, the friend scrolls through the contacts and picks a name, and the name is theirs. It's not a coincidence. Over the years, they've earned the position. They listen well, don't panic. They don't make it about themselves. They show up with the right tone voice and the right thing to say, the right amount of follow up, and they do it again and again until the role is locked in. The crisis call comes to them because they are who you want the other end of the crisis call. Wait, they are who you want on the other end of a crisis call. They've trained you for this without ever signing up for the job. Wow. The strange thing is that if you ask anyone of the people who call you, those people would say without hesitation that they're close. They describe the friendship as one of their important ones. They'd say they trust them. They'd say they'd be lost without them. And from inside of the friendship, that's all true. The other person is sharing real things. They're heard. Oh, they're being heard. The closeness is on their side. But the person on the receiving end of those calls is doing something different. They're listening. They're holding. They're being useful. Mm. What they're not doing is unloading their own week or admitting how they had a rough day or saying the thing they actually need to say. The relationship has a shape, and the shape has them in the listener seat, and they don't quite know how to get up from that. So the closeness is real, but the only one only in one direction. The friend feels close to them because the friend has shared a lot. They don't feel close in the same way they haven't shared because they haven't shared anything. And by the time they notice the asymmetry, it's been an arrangement for a decade, and changing it would feel like asking a friend to learn entirely new way of being friends. Mm. So having no one to call, it sounds like me. I don't know who I'd call. I have friends. Uh, but a lot of people call me, so that's what made me think of that might be me. I do allow people to keep coming back in my life, just walk out and come back and always need something. But we were once friends, so I didn't let them down. See?
But if you
Um,
called them, what would happen?
they probably wouldn't answer. Actually, I've tried it and they didn't answer 3 times, not just once or twice.
Mm.
Yeah, people I went to high school with that we were really good friends. Actually, one of them just got out of jail, and he stayed in contact. I don't know if it's just because he just got out of jail, but he just got out of jail. When I seen him, we had a long conversation standing in front of a corner store, and haven't seen him in like at least 6 years. Well, no, since 2019. So wow, yeah. Don't go to jail.
Like,
I didn't even know he was in jail. Uh, yeah. So, you got any friends you guys can call? Are you that person that everybody calls when they need something instead? 'Cause that is me.
I think I'm both. Depends on the relationship.
Okay.
yeah, I don't have I don't have any friends in the area. Well, no, I have only one friend in the area, and yeah, he'd come if I call him. I come if he'd call him or he call me, but he doesn't. He knows that I can't do anything to help him, basically. So, um, it's unfortunate, but it feels like the relationship is all one way in that regard. It's a little embarrassing, but I guess that's not
Mhm.
what friendship is supposed to be anyway. I shouldn't be embarrassed that I can't give to him or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. This point is, I don't have a sample size of friends large enough to know whether I'm one way or another or somewhere in between.
Um, I had something that I was going to ask you to read, but I think I'll read it, Mark. Anybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button, please, and listen to this article. It's about some cyber twins. I'll read it. It says criminal twins caught after they forgot to turn off Microsoft Teams recording. A lesson a lesson for the future criminal hackers and rogue employees. When you and say your twin brother decide to destroy your employer's network, remember to first close out the Microsoft Teams meeting in which you were fired so that it doesn't record you discussing your acts of vengeance. That lesson has now been that lesson has now hopefully been driven home for Munib and Soheeb Akhter or Actor, two hackers who have been now pled guilty to charges that they destroyed 96 government databases after being fired from their jobs at the federal contractor OPEXIS. Um, Munib has since tried to recant his guilty plea in handwritten notes to the judge. Their employer has had the decision to terminate the 34-year-old brothers after discovering their criminal records, which included multiple hacking and were fraud charges and for crimes as petty as stealing airline miles. Wow, it's interesting. The team meeting in which two men were fired last only a few minutes. The detailed planning and execution of their revenge campaign lasted hours and was all recorded by the same teams meeting at that they had failed to close, which was transcribed in a court document spotted by ARCS Technica. Still concerned, still on the VPN, so he heard saying to his brother, who lived in the same home, delete all their databases. That's what Sahib said. That's all. So I thought that was hilarious. I don't know how to hack. I wouldn't know where to even start, but it would be smart um, turn off the recording thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not the smartest.
Oh, that's hilarious. 96, what does it say they took up? 96 government databases. Destroyed them. Mm. And they're stealing airline miles.
Yeah, well, I mean that I think that it speaks to their character, and I think that it sounds like their employer was justified in their concern and their criminal history when they laid them off, you know. Um, it's yeah, why did they not, if they're a government contractor, why did they not do any background check? Well, any background. Why did a background check not catch them before they were given employment at a federal contractor that would allow them access to 96 government databases? I mean,
You
Who
would
gave
think
them
they
that
would vet
job?
their employees a little better than that.
they should. I mean, they make them pee in a cup, and that's more important than going and checking whether they have actual relevant criminal history. I mean, I'm not saying like criminals can't be rehabilitated, that they can't, but when their crime is specifically like cyber crimes and they're given a job in IT, that's like, putting the bank robber in charge of the bank.
They giving them a second chance.
That's beyond a second chance. Um,
They have hope that he wouldn't do it again. And it's probably something he's good at. And then he end up getting caught.
uh, I mean, stealing airline miles, that's not something that like truly skilled cyber criminals really. I don't know. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that. That's more like a scammer level cyber crime than it is like hacker. Like you picture, somebody in a dark room, probably a basement, clacking away, hunched over, like Matrix code going down, and you're like checking over multiple screens, like I'm in. I got. No, no, not really. That's not. I mean, really, a lot of hacking hacking is basically just getting unauthorized access to systems or equipment. And that can happen in all sorts of different ways. And, it doesn't even need to always be from, through like the internet or whatever. Some of it is called social engineering, right? If you can get hired into a position that gives you access to certain information that you want to steal from or to delete from a certain government contractor or, whatever. Um, yeah. So,
That would be
referring to
so
them,
fun.
calling them hackers, and conjures an image in people's minds that these cyber twins really don't deserve, I think. Not necessarily.
I see what you're saying.
I mean, they're not like Neo, right? Um,
Um,
but yeah, I don't know what that whole hours long meeting that they were talking about, that auto annotated, transcribed. It'd be interesting to read that transcription, see what they planned out. That might actually change my opinion about their skill level, their the technicality of whatever. But if they were government employees or if they were contracted employees that had access to these things and they had just been fired, then they probably knew of some way, like, right, that they just hadn't quite been, that their credentials hadn't quite been fully taken away yet or something, and they were still able to, you
Log
know,
in.
yeah, it's not like they broke in from the outside and it's not like these government databases are unsafe from external penetration. It's just that, you know,
Somebody was
disgruntled
slipping.
ex-employees. I mean, that's really one of the
Uh,
biggest
uh,
ways that corporate data gets compromised is disgruntled ex-employees have access to something and they, either
yeah.
weaponize it or monetize it in some way. And monetizing it oftentimes ends up resulting in it being weaponized. But yeah, it's it's stupid to not have logged out. Like what? I don't understand.
Mm,
But
yeah.
I mean, haven't we've had
That's something
similar.
I definitely remember.
mm, Well,
Before you walk out of a room into
yeah,
another room, even to go talk about something like that.
yeah. Check and see if
Turns-
the Zoom meeting is recording before you start bad mouthing the person who runs the Zoom channel, right?
Hey, that happened. Remember that?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
still
yeah.
got that recording. Yeah. And I don't know what happened with them. They just were slipping, because it said recording in the corner. So when I watched it, I laughed when they were just talking bad. It was just, oh, seriously, that's how you guys feel. But we're here now.
In the dream.
Yeah, living the dream. Um, Mark, there was something else. Oh no, this wasn't from you. This was an article a few weeks ago. Uh, El Chapo, he's in Supermax doubleheader prison. There was a prison break in prison code.
What?
Um, yeah, he just basically just acts like, can just let me go out of here. Just open the door, basically. But I'll read the article.
Did it work?
Um, I'm not sure. I didn't read it all because I wanted to
I
not
mean,
know and be aware and just as surprised when I read it. So let me get an understanding for this. I read the first paragraph. Okay, it says El Chapo Supermax doubleheader, prison break, and prison code. First, the outrageous request and a new handwritten letter from the notorious drug lord. And second, fresh questions about whether the kingpin has been trying to run his drug cartel from inside America's most secure prison, the Supermax. No one has ever escaped from the Colorado Supermax prison since it opened in 1994. The incarcerated drug magnate known as El Chapo had an escape plan, but not the darling he previously used to break out of the jail of Mexico. On a contraband motorcycle through a tunnel, El Chapo's new plan to escape America's most secure prison was to simply ask for officials to hold the door open for him. Joaquin El Chapo Guzman became a billionaire running the Sinaloa drug cartel in Mexico, and federal law enforcement agents say is still responsible for the lion's share of all illicit drug sales in Chi- in Chicago. A decade ago, El Chapo was caught in the firelight in Mexico, extradited to the United States, and sentenced to life in prison at the nation's supermax top security prison in Colorado, where no one has ever escaped in more than 30 years. Now, in a series of new pen and paper letters from El Chapo himself, the world's premier drug trafficker claims the jailhouse treatment is inhumane, his conviction wrongful, and he's asking to be deported and allowed to serve his life sentence in Mexico. Chapo's trial judge, Brian Cogan, is a Chicago native and graduate of University of Illinois. In this ruling Tuesday, New York judge says El Chapo documents make no sense and none of them have legal merit. Request denied.
I would hope so.
Is the poor mass murdering
Just let me walk out the
drug
door.
drug trafficker person not like his little
Right,
jail cell? Does he feel it's inhumane? Boo-hoo.
right. He really just said, just open the door and just let me walk out and see if it works. Uh, request denied,
Yeah.
the judge says.
Seriously though, I mean, being asking to serve out the remainder of his sentence in Mexico is just, does anybody actually think that that's anything except just getting closer to an easier to break out prison? You know,
That's what it
He
sounds
can
like to
pay
me.
someone there.
transferred to a prison whose guards he's already bought and owned for.
He could pay someone in that jail to let him go. So
He probably
I don't.
owns all of the guards in all of those jails already anyway, just because so many of his people operate and need to go in and out. You know, he's got to get his lieutenant out of jail so he
Mm, mm,
can
mm,
keep making more money, you know, just pay off the guards, right?
mm.
How many of those
Sounds
guards
right
are
to me.
already on payroll? I'm willing to bet enough that he could just walk out as soon as he gets
Not
incarcerated
have to
on
say
there.
anything. He's gonna
Yeah,
just
just do
flex his
that little head
muscle,
nod, you
just
know,
walk
you
out
know,
and look at you
just
like you don't have to say
yeah,
nothing. Walk straight by you, open the gates. He shouldn't have to scream, talk. Yeah,
yeah.
that's messed up. He
What
just
was that
gets
that they said though?
actually. So he didn't get to just walk out. So stand in America. You're not that charming, they said.
Not here.
At least, yeah, not in English. Maybe he's more eloquent in his native language.
Yeah, I found this hilarious that he really just was like, "Let me go. Let me just walk. Hold the door open." Um, I'm assuming you guys don't have an article, but I do. If you don't,
Well,
um,
I mean, on the note of El Chapo, they touched on it briefly in that one sentence, but motorcycle escape tunnel. Do you remember that? Hearing that
yeah.
on the news? Yeah,
I
Andrea?
don't.
No, I don't
No,
remember.
I
I don't
don't.
remember hearing it on the news. I remember
no,
reading it.
reading it. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, underground escape tunnel and a motorcycle. That's nuts. So, yeah, from Vice, so you know it's true. El Chapo witness reveals new details about the epic motorcycle tunnel escape. Yeah, in Brooklyn, he could hear the rumbling beneath his prison cell for weeks. It was so loud that the other inmates were starting to complain. He was starting to get impatient. It was the summer of 2015, and Sinaloa cartel leader Joaquin El Chapo Guzman was locked up in El Altipano. I'm sorry, any Spanish speakers for my pronunciation. Um, a maximum security prison near the city of Toluca that houses many of Mexico's most notorious drug lords. He wasn't planning to stay for long. Yeah. Um, Chapo had been captured less than a year earlier in February 2014 after more than 13 years on the lam. Almost immediately, according to testimony delivered Wednesday by his former lieutenant, um, da- Damaso, Damaso Lopez Nunez. I'm sorry. Chapo began plotting a daring escape. It involved digging a mile-long tunnel from a shack outside the prison to the shower inside Chapo's cell. Everything was going according to plan, but Lopez had to explain to Chapo that it took time to finish the tunnel. It wasn't something you could do overnight, Lopez testified. Who knew? Uh, the 2015 escape was Chapo's most legendary feat, but the full story of how the tunnel was built, exactly how Chapo escaped, the massive bribe that was allegedly paid, and the details of what happened afterward wasn't told until Lopez, also known as El Lis, I'm not going to try, took the witness stand during El Chapo's trial at the U.S. District Court in Brooklyn. For the first time, Lopez claimed that El Chapo's wife, Emma Coronel, was allegedly a key player in the escape, coordinating the plot with the drug lord's sons. Coronel, who sat impassively in the courtroom while Lopez testified, declined to comment through an attorney. With Chapo's trial nearing conclusion, Lopez was a damning witness. He described multiple murders that were allegedly committed on Chapo's orders and corroborated previous testimony about Chapo's 2001 escape from another maximum security prison where Lopez was once the deputy director in charge of security in a laundry car. Wait. Okay, yeah. Lopez was once the deputy director in charge of security at that prison, and El Chapo escaped from it in a laundry cart. There we go. But the tale about the mile-long tunnel was by far the most compelling moment on the witness stand for Lopez. Prosecutors showed several letters that Chapo wrote to Lopez from prison following his capture on February 22nd, 2017. The letters show Chapo scrambling to keep his empire from crumbling and hatching plans to escape. I wanted to tell you that although nothing is easy, in a way I have gotten lucky because director is very kind to me, Chapo wrote to Lopez. Quote, he has helped me when I have asked. Ah, then mentioned that his wife would contact Lopez with an important message. Please be alert, he wrote. She will explain. Lopez testified that he subsequently met with Chapo's wife, who asked him to send someone to Toluca to help with errands. Lopez dispatched his brother-in-law, who he said, quote, had been having meetings with some guards and he was paying them. Then Lopez claimed Coronel dropped the bombshell. Chapo was, quote, thinking of taking the risk again to escape from prison. Lopez said that he had another meeting in May or June of 2014 with Coronel and several of Chapo's sons, known as Los Chapitos, who wrote or who were now leading the Sinaloa cartel along with Lopez. They allegedly discussed acquiring land near the prison, and Coronel allegedly passed along the message that Chapo had asked Lopez to acquire weapons and an armored pickup truck to use during the escape. He also said they conspired to smuggle a smartwatch into the prison, which would be used to provide the GPS coordinates for Chapo's cell so that they could connect the tunnel from the adjacent property. Yes, that's a very interesting problem to need to solve. By 2015, everything was in place. Chapo planned to make his move on a weekend when there would be less personnel at the prison. Video footage from inside Chapo's cell on the day of the escape shows him ducked behind a small dividing wall that separated his sleeping area from the shower. Then he vanishes. It was widely reported at the time that Chapo used a motorcycle mounted on a rail to ride through the tunnel, which was also equipped with lighting and ventilation, but Lopez offered more details. He said that one of Coronel's brothers was driving the motorcycle, which was towed by some type of pulley system. According to Lopez, once Chapo reached the exit to the tunnel, there was an ATV waiting to take him to a nearby warehouse that the cartel had acquired for use during the escape. Chapo boarded a small airplane flown by his most trusted pilot and was whisked away to the city of San Juan del Rio in the neighboring state of. I'm sorry, I'm not going to try. From there, Chapo flew back to his hometown of La Tuna in the mountains of Sinaloa. Lopez said a week after the escape, he came to visit Chapo, who was relaxing at a palatial house on a mountaintop that overlooks La Tuna and the surrounding valley. The estate was called El Cielo, the sky. Lopez said Chapo's co-leader of the Sinaloa cartel, Ismael El Mayo Zambeda, was present for the reunion along with Chapo's sons and other key members of the cartel. We're all happy because of what happened. Chapo didn't remain free for long. He was recaptured January 2016 after a shootout with Mexican Marines in the city of Los Mochis and promptly sent back to the prison from whence he came. Once again, Lopez testified Chapo passed a message through his wife that, quote, he is going to make a huge effort to escape again. Lopez testified that in order to facilitate the last escape attempt, the cartel delivered a $2 million bribe to the chief of Mexico's prison system. He did not identify the official alleged to have received the bribe by name. Well, yeah, you don't need to identify the official when you just identify the position the official holds, right? It's like saying the President of the United States. You don't need to say Donald Trump to know who you're talking about, right? The final escape plan never materialized. Well, good thing that official accepted the bribe then. He didn't have to do anything. Just $2 million straight in his pocket. Ooh, but that was an
Did
investment. Oh, yeah, that's why El Chapo wants to go back to Mexican prisons.
easier to get
Yeah,
out.
he's
Like I
he's
said, you
made
can
a
pay those.
down payment on future escape plans. Uh,
That's I thought that was interesting that they built that tunnel. Like they
yeah,
were legit.
yeah, yeah.
Get the
There's
tunnel built,
photos.
is what he
If
said.
you go and Google El Chapo escape tunnel, there you can see photos of lighting and wiring and ventilation and all that. I mean, yeah, and I guess they got a rail system too. Crazy, but yeah. So with all of that laid out now, Andrea, would you trust El Chapo in a Mexican prison?
No, I think
No.
that would be a very poor decision.
Yeah, I agree. What about you, Pookie?
Um, man, I don't like prisons. So I'm for a long
Staying
time
out
I
of it.
just yeah, I
Staying
don't
out of
like
it.
prisons because
Yeah.
people don't want to hear my answer. And I'm gonna just say I don't like prisons. I don't think prison is
Prison's a
or
bad place.
yeah, so I understand some people they need to be locked up.
Yeah,
But yeah, no comment.
gotcha.
He's there. He's somewhere, some prison anywhere. It doesn't matter to me. Uh,
Some interesting
yeah,
photos.
Yeah, right.
It's
It's a
quite
pretty
elaborate.
elaborate. Yeah,
Yes, very elaborate.
I was
It
impressed.
am it amazes me that they're able to accomplish that without being found out before the escape actually happened.
Right. Yeah. I wonder how much of it was not being found out versus paying
Ignored.
paying for blind eyes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If his
I wonder
inmates
how
were
long it took.
getting bothered by the sounds of grinding underneath their cells, can we really safely
Yeah, somebody
assume
knew.
that the prison guards did not know that something was happening too? Well, I don't know.
Prison guards were probably curious too.
I
They're like,
think,
"What the hell is
I
going
think,
on?"
yeah, I think more people had some inkling that something was going on.
I would have to agree with you on that one.
Um,
There was a lot of people involved, I would assume.
I haven't seen the pictures, but yeah, I'd assume, like you said, elaborate. Let's see, but yeah, um, to build a tunnel, like you said, and then ride a motorcycle out of there. Uh, Somebody else was along with this plan, and it's funny, but
I mean, smuggling a watch into the prison in order to get exact GPS coordinates for his shower. I mean, that's pretty, yeah, because otherwise you got to start from inside the prison and go out, right? And then how do you know where that shack is to pop up unless you just dig out and pop up anywhere, meerkat style, poke.
they had a guy who, knew how to. I guess he might have been an architect or something. He knew the measurements. He knew exact direction to go.
Yeah.
These videos and pictures are insane.
I
Yeah,
mean,
somebody
when
put in
you
work.
operate a uh, narcotics empire, I guess you can afford some,
Experts.
some structural
Person that did
engineering
that should be living
work.
good for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh,
They're probably dead. They probably got murdered afterwards.
that sucks. Uh,
Well, they don't want to leave any
yeah,
loose ends.
well,
yeah.
I mean,
That person put in a lot of work.
yeah. And that little
Uh,
motorcycle, the rails they got,
yeah.
pretty cute.
I got
Don't
another
stick your
article
knee out
here.
too far.
It's like,
You don't. You literally got to be like this, legs hugging it. Uh, I got another article here though, and it says Democratic lawmakers push Trump to release federal marijuana prisoners as a follow-up to rescheduling. A coalition of Democratic members of the U.S. House of Representatives and Senate are pushing President Donald Trump to commute the sentences of people who are still serving time in federal prison for marijuana. They move, they say, is a logical next step now that his administration is moving to reschedule cannabis. The inclusion of marijuana in the Controlled Substances Act has resulted in tens of millions of people being sent to county, state, and federal prisons over the last several decades. The letter, the letter sent on Friday says, noting that polling shows strong support for cannabis reform among voters, Trump has already recognized his disconnect between the science and policy by issuing an executive order uh, directing federal officials to move marijuana from Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substance Act to Schedule 3. The letter, led by Republican Steve Cohen, Senator Cory Booker, and I don't know if that's Republican, Stephen Horsford, says. Yeah. However, rescheduling marijuana does not provide relief for anyone currently in federal prison from marijuana conviction. They and 26 other House and Senate colleagues wrote, as president, you have a unique opportunity to use your constitutional authority and issue a categorical com- commutation
I'm
to address this continuing injustice. The letter to Trump and his pardon, Caesar? Is that how you spell Caesar? Or am I saying it wrong?
What?
Czar?
Czar?
Czar? Okay. The letter to Trump and pardon his czar, Alice Marie Johnson, says the people convicted for cannabis face disproportionately long sentences, noting that U.S. sentencing Commission data indicates that 3,000 people are still federally incarcerated for marijuana trafficking offenses, with hundreds, perhaps thousands, serving harsh mandatory minimum sentences of 5 years or longer. Too many people are serving way too long for marijuana associated offenses, the lawmakers wrote, adding the cannabis laws have been enforced in a racially desperate manner. This means precious time away from loved ones and families separated for years and in some cases even decades due to our country's antiquated laws around marijuana. However, thousands of people continue to be confederately okay. Thousands of people continue to be federally incarcerated for marijuana related offenses and activity that most states in some form have legalized. The letter argues that releasing marijuana prisoners can help the Bureau of Prisons deal with the capacity issues stemming from overcrowding and understanding. While it won't solve the structural issues that have led us here, we believe that commuting the sentences of people with marijuana offenses would both address and overly harsh sentences while simultaneously allowing BOP to focus resources where they are needed most, says the letter, which was signed by Senator Elizabeth Warren and Jeffrey Merkley and Bernie Sanders and Ron Wyden and Jeffrey Markley, along with Representatives Troy Carter, Rashida Tlaib, Bonnie Watson, Bonnie Watson Cole, Jared Hoffman, Pramila Jayapal, Japal, Japal, Pramila, I'll just say her first name. Pramila, Dan Goldman, Dwight Evans, oh man, Alexandra Ocasio Cortez, Dina Titus, Alon Omar, and Eleanor Holmes Norton, among others. Okay. Yeah, you guys, there's some more. I'll keep going. The lawmakers also asked the president to ensure that people who are serving unjust marijuana sentences be provided with support services to ensure they have successful reentry after years of incarceration. Meanwhile, in Congress, a pair of Republican lawmakers teamed up with anti-marijuana groups this week to push for a, in quote, carve out to ensure that safety sensitive workers continue to be tested and punished for cannabis use. Last week, the House of Representatives passed by a bipartisan amendment to allow military veterans receive medical cannabis recommendations from their Department of Veterans Affairs doctor. Separately, he House Appropriations Committee approved a bill last week containing provisions that would block Department of Justice officials from taking further steps to rescheduling cannabis while continuing to protect state medical marijuana laws from federal interference. A report attached to the legislation that direct federal officials to take enforcement action against unregulated cannabinoid products that threaten consumer safety, end quote, consumer safety. The panel also recently approved that another spending bill and attached report that expresses concern about health risks from cannabis derived products, while also encouraging research into therapeutic benefits for psychedelics of psychedelics. The full House also recently passed a farm bill with provisions aimed at aiding industrial hemp producers, but without any language to delay or alter the federal criminalization of hemp THC products that's scheduled to take effect later this year. A new report from Congressional Research Service details and details the scope and limitations of federal marijuana rescheduling move. All right. Yeah. You guys think that these crimes should be lessened and people should be getting out, or not getting out, but like I believe people should be getting less times because there is a lot of people uh who've been there for decades and stuff,
Well,
all of it
yeah,
for
but
weed.
if they're talking about unjust unjustly incarcerated, how marijuana laws are so disproportionate because of mandatory minimum sentencing, then um, those people aren't the ones who are in there for decades. There's what, 5 or 10 years, um, I think is at most, right? For specific, um, so, mm, you know,
Well, in the '90s, when some of those people got time,
yeah,
they were doing a lot more than an ounce of weed, and it was way past illegal.
I
there's,
just still don't understand why there's people in prison serving these big long sentences for a substance that is legal in the majority of the country.
Hey, yeah,
yeah, well, but at the same time, just to play devil's advocate here, at the same time, on the flip side, if we look back at Prohibition era, when alcohol was made legal again, that didn't mean that we went and pardoned all of the mobsters who were, running bootleg operations, and a lot of them involved in much more than just, bootlegging and stuff. So, um,
That's the point, though, is they
presumably
were
same
involved
could
in
be
a lot more,
right. Well,
you know.
presumably same could be said for marijuana trafficking when you're dealing with large quantities of, um, that
I understand you.
pardoning of marijuana, all marijuana related offenses, it could be lumping in a lot of people that
Oh, I don't,
shouldn't be lumped in necessarily.
I wouldn't say all of
I'm
them.
not, I was gonna
Right.
say I wouldn't say all people that are in
Well,
there for
as
marijuana
the
offenses, but
letter,
people that are in there for simple possession, stuff like that,
right. Yeah.
that's just not right.
That's what the letter was saying, though. It's time to call on, antiquated, to have the president um
5 years for possession.
sentences of
That's a
all
lot.
marijuana related offenders in the prison systems, and that's kind of,
That's
um
very broad strokes.
right, yeah. I think that we can um deal with the intricacies of the issue a lot better on a case by case basis. Do these people really deserve to, and for simple possession or use,
Right.
no, not at all. Um,
If you're talking about like, mass distribution
but
or
yeah,
money laundering, all these other little things that they might have been involved in, then that would definitely be different. But just for simple possession and stuff, it doesn't make sense. It's legal.
well, kind
Right.
of.
In the
Right.
majority of the
Mm.
country, it is legal in some form.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I don't know. Reading off that whole list of all the names there, it's just like a who's who list of the leftist progressives all, you know, together, putting their names together, signatures, calling out something that the left progressive base would agree with for the most part. But then they're using the large broad strokes that the right wing can only object to, right? Because there's a lot more nuance to a lot of these issues that can't just be glossed over, right? But
Yeah.
objecting to it seems anathema to a left-leaning or progressive, because it's just pot. It's simple pot. It shouldn't be, right? So, um,
be in federal
it's
penitentiary for
kind of
weed.
obvious when you think about it that these Congress people are just they're just ringing up points with their voter base, riling them up, Mr. Trump's not taking action like he should on marijuana reform. He's not going as far as he should. We call on action, Miss President Trump, to do what he actually has the power to do for, like, come on. Saber rattling from the leftist progressives and, you know,
You like to say leftist progressives.
well, that's what it is because it's not all Democrats. It's a subset of ideologues. It's not representative of the
Uh,
Democrats in general. It's, just like MAGA isn't representative of Republicans, right? Not all Republicans, hashtag not all Republicans, hashtag not all Democrats, right? So I just want to, for clarity's sake,
Okay.
I just want to make that distinction. So, there was
I'm sorry for
something else.
interrupting.
No, 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 it's good. Because my watch is tell time,
Check
all
your
kill
happening
bills.
all
time.
at once, and it just kind of like, what was I even talking about now? I don't know. Time to take my
Uh,
drugs.
you done with
ADD.
that?
But okay, the
Go ahead.
but yeah. Um, I don't know. I don't think that anybody who signed their name to this letter actually expected or even thinks that there would ever have been a reasonable way um, to like meet that agreement or agree with the demands that are being placed there within that letter. Um, so it's just a way to, yeah, win points. There we go. Yeah, win points with their voter base. And it's being um yeah. Like you're not gonna find anything about this um letter in any of the um right-leaning outlets, obviously, right? They're not gonna um I wonder what was the um where was it?
You forgot what we were talking about?
What was the title of that you the article?
Um, I think it was something like people should be, they're pushing Trump to get people out of jail.
That's not
Democrats push Trump and some other stuff. I closed the article a while back, but I should have sent it to you. Mm. Uh, you done? Because I got something if you don't.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to commute and wait. Uh, Democrats urge Trump to commute sentences of people serving for nonviolent marijuana offenses.
I believe so. I think that's it.
Maybe Bureau of Prison class.
Gonna read it out loud?
Group of 9 Democrats urged President Trump to commute the sentences of people serving time for nonviolent marijuana offenses following his decision to reclassify the drug last month. Is that the same opening sentence? I don't
Sounds like
remember.
it.
Bureau of Prisons
Yep.
is plagued by capacity issues, both overcrowded and understaffed. While it won't solve the structural issues that have led us here, we believe that commuting the sentences of people with marijuana offenses would both address the overly harsh sentences simultaneously. Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't think that
So
commuting prison sentences is the answer to prison overcrowding necessarily, though. If the people have been convicted, assuming they were rightfully convicted, right? If the people have been convicted, then, you know,
what if
it shouldn't just
what
be
if it's
let out
for
because there isn't. I don't know. They need to address that, like they said, address the structural
I
capacity issues.
I read some articles about it in particular, and they were talking about there was this guy who I think he did 25 years. He just got out after doing time in federal prison. It might not have been 25 years. It might have been longer or something like that. But they were making a big deal out of it. Uh, and he only got caught with a pound of weed. So he had people fighting for him to get out for years, and he finally got out. But now they're thinking everybody should get out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Mark.
Lastly, those serving unjust marijuana sentences should be provided with support services to ensure they have a successful reentry after years of incarceration. Unfortunately, often those with life sentences cannot access reentry services. If they have a life sentence, why would they be provided with services to reenter society outside after
They're still
prison?
human.
Well, yeah, but they're not going to be released. If they're serving life in prison, why do they need to be provided with services for life outside of after they have served their sentence?
Just a little help to get back on your feet.
You're
Some
not
people
gonna,
might not have anybody for how long they've
no,
been
you're
in there, and they
not
might be
getting it
alone
though.
now.
If they're serving a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole, why would they need to have services to get reentry into society? If their sentences, they will not be allowed to reenter society. They will serve the remainder of their life in prison as the penalty for their
Yeah,
crime. Why is that? So tossing that sentence in there doesn't make any sense. But then they go on.
I get it.
In order to prevent recidivism, we also urge you to order BOP to provide such services to people serving marijuana sentences. So why? They were already providing those services to people serving marijuana services. It was the people who were serving life sentences who were not getting that. And then they're conflating the two or flipping them. I don't know.
Mm.
Well,
Yeah, I think some of their crimes can be lessened. I wouldn't say everybody needs to be released, but if you're only in there for non-violent stuff and just a little bit of weed or a couple pounds of weed, uh,
a couple
yeah.
pounds is not exactly personal use quantities, unless
Well,
you're
I
a
mean, some
Snoop
people
Dogg.
they've been in there for a long time for
Yeah.
those couple of pounds. Now it isn't. It wouldn't be as much time as some of those people got. Now
I
they're
mean,
fighting.
now people are opening retail stores with inventories larger than that, like legal retail
Right.
stores. So yeah, I get that, but yeah, a lot
Mm-mm-mm.
of it here seems to be kind of weird. I don't understand.
Um, I asked a couple people to send me a couple different articles, and I will not say who sent me this, but I thought it was funny, so I definitely had to read it. And I didn't read it ahead of time just so I could read it with you guys and see your expressions. Everybody out there, press that thumbs up button. We can see their expressions as we read something about balls.
About
Um,
what?
balls, yeah, balls. You heard me right. Uh, yeah, I
Okay.
cannot confirm or deny who you might think this sent this to me. Um,
Balls. B A
but
L L S.
Balls. Yeah. Let me start. It says men are ball maxing their testicles until they've inflated to the size of grapefruits. Men are filling their testicles with liters of saline in a growing trend, otherwise known as ball maxing. While men's balls are typically the size of a small egg or a plum, an online Reddit community is nearly 10,000 men has shown they're inflating their scrotums to the size of grapefruits. They're typically photographed their penis and ball sack with one of two needles inserted in and taped into their sack, administering saline drips they've purchased online. This causes the testicles to swell for a time, often to the point of enveloping the penis. Oh my goodness, making it appear much smaller. Rooted in the body modification kink, this can be both sexual and non sexual practice, but comes with significant risk. Ball maxing scrotum or scrotum inflation with saline is considered to be quite dangerous, and doctors generally warn against it. Dr. Schrin tells Metro the scrotum area is very sensitive and contains delicate structures, including testes, blood vessels, and nerves, which are not designed to accommodate fluid distension. Despite the dangers and the allure of ball maxing is growing.
Can I
So
just,
we asked,
real quick, translation of what that doctor said there is your ball sack ain't a water balloon.
right,
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
who really goes and orders some syringes and orders saline? But I'll finish the article. This is crazy. Um, Despite the dangers, the allure of ball maxing is growing. So we asked experts to tell us what
The
they know about it.
allure. Ooh, it sounds mystifying. Exotic.
Yeah, it's quite an article. Let me see. Although athletes at the Winter Olympics were accused of enlarging their testicles to get a new suit and a sporting advantage, that's not what this trend is about for the majority of participants. Sex expert
What?
Gigi
Wait, what was that
Engel,
about the athletes, the Olympic something?
they want to get a new suit,
What, but
make your area bigger, I guess, to get a new suit.
why?
I'll
How did
read, I'll
that?
read it again. It says, although athletes at the Winter Olympics were accused of enlarging their testicles to get a new suit and a sporting advantage, that's not what this trend is about for the majority of participants. Sex expert Gigi Engel, author of Kink Curious, tells Metro that ball maxing can certainly be considered a kink, falling under the umbrella of body modification. This involves altering the body temporarily or permanently for sexual arousal via the sensation or arousal of gratification. It's linked to, in quote, freak show type body modification, which celebrates the size, Gigi explains. Things being larger than life is part of the erotic appeal. People can be very turned on by their balls being inflated or looking at them once they're inflated. Men in the anonymous community seem to enjoy the weight of their scrotum once it's full. One wrote, oh man, it feels so good to be so heavy, he said. Oh. Another said he enjoyed the feeling of his penis being buried within his scrotum because it was so swollen, while someone else enjoyed the tingling of the skin of the sack stretching. Oh my. I'm gonna keep going because wow. Uh She adds there can also be a BDSM dynamic to ball maxing, where a female or male dom enjoys making a partner inflate his testicles and enjoys the large genitals, while the submissive enjoys the sensation and being dominated. But ball maxers might not do it for sexual reasons at all. There's a direct link with our perceptions of what makes you masculine, Gigi explains. Having big balls and a big star K, star CK, is linked to being more than a man. The phrasing is having, in quote, big balls suggests you're braver, more assertive, and dominant, which is part of it too. A step up from scrotics. Wow. It's important that ball maxing isn't confused with men getting Botox injection in their scrotums, a phenomenon named scrotonics. Didn't know that. Uh, oh, called I didn't see that. Scrotex. I thought I seen an N in there. As of 2025, scrotal Botox has seen 46,000 online inquiries in the last 4 years, while Beverly Hills based surgeon Jason Emmer claiming he performed in the procedure multiple times every week back in 2016. It's intended to give men smoother skin, less ball sweat, and lower hanging look for their testicles. Ball maxing takes this to a whole new level and uses saline rather than injectables to achieve the full effect. Dr. Shrin, a sexual health specialist and aesthetics clinic founder, says there's always been an intrigue around scrotum enlargement with men. Those men are crazy, man. It's a consistent inquiry I get at my clinic, she says. I've seen an increase, particularly in men over 40, but I think procedures in plastic surgery have become more popular with men in general, and there's less of a stigma now. What are the dangers of ball maxing? Despite uh, this increased in interest, sex expert Gigi says ball maxing in the kink world is still relatively niche interest. Not only this, but she stresses the extremely risk of practice when you're shooting saline into your balls. There are several health risks that can run with injecting your scrotum with saline, including bacterial infection, as introducing any unregulated fluid, especially outside of the medical practice, can cause infection, abscences, formation of cellulitis. Dr. Lacani explains. As well as infection, you could give yourself tissue or nerve damage because of the amount of liquid stretching the scrotal skin and the underlying structures. Oh man, which could result in micro tears and bruising. The doctor adds, you can damage the testicles themselves as well as the sac too. Pressure from the fluid accumulation may impair blood flow, potentially affecting the testicular function. She adds, more obvious symptoms include discomfort with a lot of men in a Reddit forum complaining of burning sensation as well as pain, swelling, and inflammation. Injecting saline into your scrotum can disrupt structures and blood flow, which can lead to erectile dysfunction, infertility, and even life threatening possibilities such as blood clots and gangrene. Dr. Lacani adds, gangrene is where the body tissue dies due to lack of blood supply and infection, and surgery would be needed to remove all the dead tissue to stop the spread. Wow. It's because of all this, Gigi warns, if you're attempting this at all, the saline should be administered by a professional. That's all. Uh, I didn't know that was happening until someone sent me this article. What the hell, man?
Is that
Uh,
an actual article or is that what is
you
that a
want me to send it to
satire?
you?
I don't know. Is
Um,
it better to have that sent to me and click on and open a link, or is it better to try to put in a search term that might confirm whether it happens or not? I feel
On
uh,
like
Reddit.
you can choose.
having just
You can choose
read
if
it,
you want to click the
okay,
article or not, or you can go to Reddit.
metro.co.uk, so that's not,
You can go to Reddit too.
I
I
could go
I
to
I
Reddit.
don't plan on it. I don't
I
plan on
don't
it,
go to
and
Reddit for many answers,
you can go to
this
that group and figure out why
included.
those men
You
are
can go to
bourbon.
Reddit and see pictures.
If anything, I will not be looking. But if you look at the picture of that article of those grapefruit, what the hell, man?
I will
People want
No,
them to
confess
be
that out of
massaged.
curiosity, I went and looked on Reddit and saw pictures, and it's disgusting. Why?
Mm. Well, it's that
Oh man.
it's the South Park episode where Randy microwaved his testicles in order to qualify for medical marijuana in Colorado when they first passed it. And then all of the men in town went and did that, and they hopped around, and their testicles so big that they couldn't even get through the door, and they started bouncing on boink, 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 boink.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I want to know who the fuck sent that to you.
I can't. I can't.
you will
There
not
was
betray.
really an emphasis
Oh,
on don't let anybody know this was me.
don't.
Uh, take some guesses if you want.
Well, now having
My
been
poker face isn't
provided
that
with
good.
that emphasis, that makes it more interesting. Now I'm gonna be guessing. And there's only a limited number of possibilities too. So you're making it, oh,
I cannot confirm or deny. Uh,
cannot confirm or deny.
uh,
Mhm.
yeah, just make you more and more curious, right?
Mhm.
Um, I'm gonna send you this one as I read it because you need to see what I'm looking at because
Oh God,
it's
no.
hilarious.
Is it really
It's not
hilarious?
that bad. It's
Not
funny.
that bad.
It's not a bunch of dick
It's
pics.
funny. Not at all. I don't look at those often. No, I'm kidding. I don't look at those.
Yeah, I
You're
don't know.
kidding. You don't look at them often, so
I
you do
can't.
look at them
I
often.
can't. mm,
No, I was kidding. I don't.
uh,
Okay, I need to rewind that one. I do not look up a bunch of guys' pics. Yeah. I don't look up anybody's pics for that sake. Yeah. Uh, I got something here that I sent to you guys. It says prankster places giant walnut whip on statue of Queen Victoria. A bank holiday prankster has fixed a model of a walnut whipped chocolate bar onto a head of a statue of Queen Victoria. Jokesters have been known to place traffic cones on top of this effigy, but one local artist has decided to take a step further for his latest makeover. The bronze statue was first erected in Warrior Square in St. Leonard's on Sea, Hastings, East Sussex, back in 1902. The artist known as DLR placed a poly polystyrene walnut whip atop the monarch head and explained, "I was given two walnut whips by a friend who does scenery for TV and film for 14 years. They were going to go on a skit, so he turned up he turned up to my house and asked if I wanted them. So I said, yeah. We actually did the same thing 13 years ago. I've been thinking of doing it again for ages, and I just wanted to get rid of it actually." He added, "She usually has traffic cones around her head, so I thought we could go one step further by putting a walnut on her head." A local photographer, JJ Waller, said, "What a simple, fun idea that has caused a lot of laughter from locals and tourists over the bank holidays weekend. The town is full of surprises, and walnut whip on the statue fits very well with the quirky, inspirational going ons. I have been photog- photographing for the past 18 years. Queen Victoria herself might well have been very amused at this original escapade that goes beyond the proverbial traffic cone. The traffic cone hat that she has worn many times. Not all jokes of artwork on statues have gone down well. However, a woman was accused of reckless indifference after defacing an iconic Australian piece of art with googly eyes early last year. Amelia Vanderhorst placed a large plastic stickers on the cast in blue sculpture in the city of Mount Gambier, according to local news reports. The 19-year-old was caught on CCTV defacing the artwork, which the city now faces an estimated 200 $2,500 to repair after removing the eyes, which wow, which caused damage to the paintwork. Mayor Lynette Martin said September the stickers were not harmless fun, but willful damage, and added the council would pursue costs from those responsible. Known locally as Blue Bob, the piece was designed as a mythical version of uniquely megafauna and inspired by an ancient marsupial found in caves in Southeast Australia. Yeah. So yeah, they're defacing art that's standing out in front of building, and that's a huge thing
I
they
don't,
put on its head.
yeah. I don't know if I would call that defacing necessarily, as long as it doesn't damage. It's kind of like an, in a way, one could argue it's an art piece on an art piece, right? Temporary. It's better than the traffic cones, that's for sure. Um, which here.
Yeah, because if that
We're
was a
moving
real
around the
thing, it'd
dormer.
be all right.
Yeah, interestingly enough, traffic cones. There's my dad stole a traffic cone from the cable company just this week. I don't know why, but we have a traffic cone in the garage now.
We are
And it's
live.
nice and
No,
brand
I'm
new
kidding.
too. It's all super clean and shiny, and it has the company's name printed on the side. So it's not like there's any confusion as to who it came from, who its rightful owner is. I don't know. I don't know how it
Oh
even
man.
managed to get in there. It's like what? Why? What?
Oh man.
What?
You sure it's not your mom?
Huh?
You sure
Yeah,
your
I'm
mom
sure
didn't
it's
bring
not
it?
my mom. Yes, I am. I am 100% sure that it is not my mom. Yes. Um, yeah. I mean, it's kind of his thing to, keep little useful things. You never know what might be useful, right? It's kind of a trait that I've caught and carried down. It's like I don't like tossing little, you never know what if it might be useful for some other project. Like 98% of it never is. And so I end up, burying myself and need to do periodic purges. But yeah, I can't, I'm trying to picture what must have been, the wheels must have been turning and what potential uses might there be for having a traffic cone on hand and available. I don't know. It's one of the big ones too, though. So it'll nobody can miss that.
He'll figure something out, some way to use it.
Uh,
Maybe block the parking spot right in front of the house.
may- I mean, yeah, maybe. There's never any shortage of roadside parking now. So I can't. I don't know. Um,
Yeah, Dad just needs a cone.
I just need it
Yeah.
when you need one, you need one, and it's better to have
Rather
it.
have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. I mean, you might find a statue whose head needs needs it, right? Who knows?
um, people got in trouble for the putting those cones though. If you were reading it, People
Right.
were, yeah, putting a cone on a statue's head.
Did they get
Uh,
in trouble for it, or did they just do it
they got in
with?
trouble for it, but they don't know who did the almond thing that I sent you. They have not figured out who did that, but they said they did figure out someone who put just a regular cone on there.
I thought it was the other
Why?
way around, because they were talking to the person, and the artist known as DLR placed a polystyrene walnut whip atop the monarch's head and explained I was given two walnut whips by a friend who does scenery for film and TV and film 14 years ago. So I guess a friend probably made props for a TV commercial for these little candies over in Great Britain and just never tossed them. You never know when you might need one or two. I guess he had two and
Right.
offered one. Or no, wait, he was given two. So yeah.
Yeah, it was given too.
I mean, as long as it's temporary and causes no damage, I don't see any harm in an occasional traffic cone or uh,
Occasional.
gigantic polystyrene candy.
Oh man. Mm.
I mean, it's not, there's definitely a resemblance between the walnut whip and the traffic cone, and it does,
Yeah.
something big and conical. It does look appropriate there, from a distance, a little squinting, like, yeah, that could work. With the walnut whip in particular, if you squint like a
The
little bit,
color
a
even matches.
little bit, it looks like a bell kind of, and the head on the statue looks like the clacker for the bell. Like, yeah,
Even blended the color well.
mm, yeah,
Uh,
I like
um.
it. Can you
Um.
imagine being a local in that town and just going to work one day and boom, you
Random
know,
statue has.
random childhood candy, like favorite childhood candy, just floating on top of this scenic
I
landmark
would.
in town.
I
It's
would
like,
assume the city did it until it came on the news like this. It pops up. Someone put a cone on its head. Uh, because that doesn't look too far out. Well, if you put a cone on there, it would be yellow. I mean, orange. So obviously, it's gonna stand out. And yeah,
yeah, but I have to imagine that to a British person that is a very recognizable shape, kind of like, you know, there's what the shape of a Hershey bar with those little rectangular imprints on them is immediately recognizable. If you saw it, well, I mean, a Hershey bar would be kind of difficult to stick
Like
on
a
top
Reese's
of.
peanut butter cup. That's
Yes,
a very
yes,
recognizable shake.
perfect example. Yeah, um, yeah. If you saw one of those balanced on top of the head of a statue in the middle of your town,
I think it was funny.
yeah, you wouldn't think it's the city. Probably not. I don't know. At least not. I don't know what city you're living in right now. It wouldn't be my city for sure. Well, I don't know.
Um,
Orlando does some weird stuff sometimes.
wait, I don't know too much of what's going on, like this little general area. See the news a little bit, but yeah, I don't know what's going on in this town. Um, there was this stuff that we've had to the side forever. that we asked about a long time ago was oh man, I totally forgot what it was.
Well,
About the toddlers and tiaras thing.
oh, okay.
Uh I forgot exactly the word. Oh my goodness. But yeah, it
Oh,
was
Pageants.
beauty
basically
pageants.
asking, there we go. It's asking if beauty pageants are harmful. Uh then there was just a bunch of articles I had and figured I'd read some because I didn't know about the things you guys were telling me about the toddlers and tiaras. Children should not dress like that,
No.
especially for entertainment. Um,
Yeah, for entertainment or to be judged, lined up and judged.
By a bunch of old men.
Yeah, I
mm.
don't think that it's like a bunch of grannies lining up and oh, she's the cutest one. Look at yeah. No, that's
I think
no.
that the more majority of pageant
If
judges are probably male.
yes, if it was
Mm,
grandmothers judging the beauty pageants, they wouldn't be all sexualized like that. They would be cute little girls, beautiful
right.
little girls, and
Looking age
normal.
It's
appropriate.
just,
Right. And just, well, actually, why would you even be judging and ranking beauty in little girls like that to begin with? It's just kind of gross.
mm,
Yeah. Even
yeah.
grandmothers, but grandmothers would need to be kind of like kind of gross grannies.
I'll
Definitely.
read this article. It's on mentalhealth.com. It's by Alan Schwartz, PhD. Toddlers, tiaras, and childhood well-being. Would you enter your child into a child beauty pageant? This is a controversial issue, along with responsible parents and caring adults are divided. What are child beauty pageants? Child beauty pageants are competitions where children, typically young girls, compete to win titles such as Miss or Princess. Parents or guardians usually enter the children in the pageants and they are judged on their physical appearance, talent, and stage presence. These pageants have become a popular trend in many countries, and children as young as toddlers can participate. Children dress up in elaborate high glitz costume and wear makeup, tiaras, and other accessories to enhance their appearance. Critics and child beauty pageants express concerns about sexualization of young children and the potential negative impact on their mental health. The controversy of a child beauty pageant. There are parents who convince little girls and themselves that competing in beauty pageants is run under religious run under religious auspices, makes it perfectly safe. In addition, parents believe the pageants are a good thing for children because it builds self confidence and self esteem. Uh,
Does it
there
though?
are even parents, I don't know, there are even parents who state that their daughters asked to compete. However, should a 4-year-old be taken seriously if she asks to be in a pageant? In fact, should a 10-year-old be taken seriously? And do we agree? Do everything our children ask?
No,
On
no,
the other hand,
no,
there
no,
are
no.
people who have a dim view of these children's pageants. First, they they cite the tragic case of John Benet Ramsey, a participant in a pageant who was found murdered. Many believe that her death was directly connected to the pageant she was in. Many people caution that these children beauty pageant competitions attract sexual predators. It must be stated that the reason for John Benet's death is unknown. Are beauty pageants a good idea for young girls? Beauty pageants are a popular event where people can compete to win prizes based on their beauty, poise, and personality. Some argue that pageants can be a good idea because they provide opportunity for contestants to learn important skills like confidence, poise, and public speaking. They can also offer a chance for participants to make friends and build connections in the pageant world. Additionally, winning a pageant can lead to scholarships or other monetary rewards, such as, oh, which can help contestants achieve their goals. However, there are also concerns that pageants put too much pressure on children and can lead to negative body image issues, low confidence, low self esteem, and focus on physical appearance above all else. Overall, whether beauty pageants are a good idea is a matter of personal opinion and depends on the variety of factors. How do beauty pageants affect mental health? Children beauty pageants can have a negative impact on a child's mental health. The focus on appearance and competition at a young age can lead to issues with self esteem, body image, and confidence. Participants may begin to believe that their worth is based on solely on their looks and performance, leading to feelings of anxiety and depression. Additionally, the pressure to win can be overwhelming and cause undue stress on children. Watching these competitions can also perpetuate harm ideas about beauty and success in girls and perpetuate the objectification of women. It's important to promote values beyond physical appearance and talent in children and foster a healthy sense of self-worth in young performers. Psychologists and psychiatrists largely agree that pageants and beauty contests, such as toddlers and tiaras, reinforce negative female body image issues that result in eating disorders such as anorexia and bulimia, as evidence of the mental health experts point out that trend towards the onset of eating disorders at much younger ages than ever before. For example, children's beauty pageants emphasize the Barbie doll, end quote, Barbie doll image of what a beauty queen should look like. Mm. The trouble is more than the trouble is that there is no way for a human being to look that that way because it is so exaggerated. Mental health experts emphasize that the fact that children's pageants have the effect of sexualizing girls, in other words, the stereotype thinking that females as sexual objected objects and detrimental to these kids. Their heavy makeup, spray tans, false eyelashes, fake hair, clothes, and types of dances all focus on being sexy. If you have any doubt about this, just watch the television show and see for yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah, uh,
it's
was not aware of all this till you guys told me this stuff. Uh, when I said beauty pageants, I was thinking of older women, and then you guys told me to look at the girls. Yeah, that's messed up to have toddlers. Uh, they don't know
Toddlers
any
should not
better.
be
This
worrying about being sexy.
right.
yeah.
Uh, these are things I didn't know what was going on. Thank you for making me more aware. I think Mark told me first that it was disgusting. He said,
I
but
win.
uh,
Haha.
but yeah. Everybody
Yeah,
out there watching, press that thumbs up. And
it's if I mean,
I haven't seen the show.
yeah, it's hard to watch. Honestly, I don't know why. Well, I don't know. hard to watch as anything except a cautionary tale. Um, especially if, poof, whoa, that's,
I've heard of the name John
uh,
Benet Ramsey, but I
Jean
never knew the
Bonnet.
story.
Yeah. Have you seen? Yeah, I was gonna say, if you, especially if you watch that show, Toddlers and Tiaras, with um, like a documentary about Jean Benet Ramsey. It's like, yeah, they, not that the, I don't know. I don't think that the pageant is the reason that she was murdered or whatever. I don't think that they ever established any connection with it necessarily, like definitive connection. But
Did they
the
find out
fact
who
that
did it?
I don't think so. No, there's no definitive connection, but the fact that they can't rule it out is kind of a big question mark there. They thought that the parents did it for a long time too. I don't know. Um, I think I saw something recently, some documentary that was talking with the parents, and I think that maybe they said that, um, I don't know, has any new evidence come forward that exonerated the parents?
I
I
don't know for
Um,
sure.
I I never knew anything. I barely heard about that case. I probably just heard about it in the past. I don't know what happened or any of that. I'm assuming she was at a beauty pageant like we're talking about and got kidnapped or something.
No, they
No?
woke up, I think it was like Christmas morning and she was missing and they found her dead in the basement.
Oh shit. Okay.
well, I thought she was taken, right? She was found, they woke up and she was missing, and there was a ransom note in the basement,
Hmm.
I think, and
They
they
found her
were,
in the house though.
did they?
I believe so.
Hmm.
I don't know.
She just wasn't immediately located and there was the ransom note.
Unidentified. Okay. Boulder
Hmm.
police have confirmed that they've collected new evidence and conducted recent interviews heavily focusing on retesting existing and newly gathered evidence involving with evolving DNA technology. Specific findings remain confidential to protect the active investigation. Investigators and the Ramsey family have expressed renewed optimism about finally solving the nearly 30-year-old cold case. The Ramsey family are optimistic, then probably not likely that they did it, right? I don't know. But there was that, wasn't there, I remember now, unidentified male DNA found on her clothing, right? How, what? Well,
I
yeah,
believe there
who?
was something.
Yeah. Well, that's what
Um,
they're saying. Evidence retesting, they're applying advancements in DNA techniques, including genetic genealogy, to the unidentified male DNA found on her clothing. But that genetic genealogy is interesting. So that's solved um, a few cases recently where some DNA was something in a collected in a association with a case, and down the line, someone's uh, daughter or granddaughter, nephew, someone goes to like 23andMe or genealogy.com or whatever, one of those DNA, and submits their DNA, then they can link that and say, oh, well, we got a relative here, and then go back and cross-reference that, and they might be able to find, um, you know,
Isn't that how they caught the Golden State Killer?
I think so. or
Mm.
Golden State Killer
23 and
and
me.
a BTA or BTK, maybe.
BTK
They
was
do it
around
for the
here. They
23
they
and
got
me.
his they got BTK's DNA. They had already suspected who it was, but they confirmed it via his daughter's DNA from a pap smear she got done at college.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
So similar. Very similar. But yeah, it's I don't know. Unidentified DNA is crazy. If it's, if it was incomplete or like not 100% match, it might, I don't know. Yeah, it'll be interesting to learn down the road how it unfolds, but I don't know. It's just I don't know. I remember that pretty clearly, the news about that when I was growing up.
Which
Um,
one?
the
Jean Bonnet?
Jean Bonnet. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was big.
That stuck out in my mind.
I
Uh,
don't remember it. I remember the name. I don't remember when it was. But yeah, I remember some of it,
96.
just not when. Okay, yeah. So I was way young. I was 7, so that's why I remember the name, but I don't remember the story. So,
Yeah, yeah,
um,
that's a little young. I was 10, so it's just about the time that the brain starts to press record on some more.
names I heard, stuff on TV.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, but the question was, everyone out there, do you think that pageants are harmful? I believe was the question. Uh, I had another article here from
I
New
definitely think
England
they do
Public Media.
more harm than good.
Mm, hmm Um, got an article here that says research suggests beauty pageant news coverage worsens body image among teens and young women. Uh, I agree, but research from the University of Massachusetts Amherst and Vanderbilt University found that adolescent girls and young women exposed to beauty pageant news coverage were more likely to feel about their bodies, particularly when their home state contestant won. Uh, UMass researcher Brandon Churchill, a health economist, said the results were not surprising, as many people assume exposure to a thin ideal could affect body image. But comparing old news coverage of Miss America and Miss USA pageants to adolescent health survey surveys taken around the same time and place place allowed them to pinpoint cause and effect. The new study comes just as the U.S. Surgeon General released a report warning the social media content can harm teens' mental health, leading to body dissatisfaction, disordered eating, and low self-esteem. Churchill's research showed that within a year of the pageant coverage, there was a 4 to 5% increase in the number of girls worried if they were more overweight than they were, if they were more overweight than they were, or who were they trying to lose weight for, um, when compared to places without home state coverage, uh, home state new coverage of the pageant. Churchill said increase was 20 to 30% right after the pageant when coverage wasn't the greatest. When you think about the fact that this is just one of the type of media exposure, it allows you to, hypothesize what might happen when you're exposed to this type of imagery every single day or every single hour that you're awake. He said, when doing research on a widespread media exposure, he said it's often hard to know whether people are exposed to images and then develop mental health problems, or whether people with mental health problems actively seek out the images. So Churchill said the beauty pageant research was essentially a naturally a natural experiment based on narrow set of circumstances that tell a larger story. The beauty pageant story period ended in 2010. The social media images have only increased since then. Churchill said researchers are now looking at how the sudden exposure to high-speed internet affects adolescent mental health and self-image. I don't think we're going to put a genie back in the bottle with regards to technology, internet exposure, these type of things, Churchill said. I think that we should just be aware about the fact that this could be influencing our health behaviors, and we just need a little bit more aware about how we are engaging with this type of media and how it might sort of engaging with us. So yeah, it's messing up their mental health for the younger generations, and everyone for that thing. But yeah,
I mean,
the pictures of these girls, and yeah, they gotta try to be like that girl, and they're still
well,
in high school.
news flash, like lining women up and ranking them in order of beauty makes them feel insecure about their appearances. Like, yeah, of course, this is not something that we should be doing, much less encouraging. Um, hmm, ah, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't look as much into it, but yes, I do. I agree that that's harmful for the young women and for all women. Uh, you guys are trying to live up to the standard of someone else, and isn't that just like they do those muscle man contest thing?
It's not the
Uh,
standards of someone else, it's the fantasy, the imagination, the abstracted, like, abst it's not even physically possible, you know? You just gotta, like, there's always something further that someone could
that should be
find,
like grooming.
huh?
That should be like grooming. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not, but it should.
kind
Basically,
of.
what it is.
It kind of is. It,
You're telling them how to dance, how to stand, how to do everything they're doing. Uh, I took a I
grooming
looked at the
them
trailer
into
of Toddlers and
the idea
Tiaras,
of
and
your, yeah, that's kind of, I think it's not unfair to make that comparison.
okay. Uh, and there was one more article I had. Unfortunately,
Ooh,
oh no, I got a couple,
thunder,
but we'll start
thundery.
with this one.
Yeah, let's make
Uh,
this the last one. It got thunderstorms coming in. It might get a little
oh,
choppy internet and starting to get
all
a
right,
little crumbly in the tumbly too.
same here. Anyhow, there's an article, last one here. Uh, not sure who sent me this one. It says student killed herself while suffering delusions caused by her vegan diet.
What?
A student ended her own life while suffering delusions triggered by her vegan diet, a coroner has found. Georgina Owen, 21 years old, from Saffron Walden in Essex, had been following a plant based diet for 3 years before her death in September 2019. The University of Swansea student, described as vibrant and full of enthusiasm, suffered from a B12 deficiency, which can cause psychosis and paranoia. In fact, in the last few months of her life, Elizabeth Gray, area coroner of Cambridgeshire, and Peterborough said Georgina had shown unusual erratic behavior in the same period, and her diary entries suggested a deterioration in her mental health. Wow. In a narrative conclusion, she ruled the student died while on the balance of probabilities, suffering delusional beliefs brought about by vitamin B12 deficiency developed as direct result of her vegan diet. The
Wow.
NHS states that adults need around 1.5 micrograms of B12 per day. It can be found in meat, fish, milk, and eggs, and is difficult to obtain through an exclusive vegan diet. Vegans must get it through supplements or fortified foods. Georgina, Georgina's family told the inquest, and the student had some, she forgot to take her supplements, but had bought the organic B12 spray from Canada. Uh, the Daily Meal reports. However, blood samples taken after her death showed she was deficient in the micronutrient. A report by three experts noted Georgina had vague signs of cognitive impairment, anxiety, difficulty in simple decision making, and fatigue. It added her symptoms were indicative of a gradual developing psychiatric disorder culminating in the delusional beliefs expressed in a note found alongside the body. Georgina's father, Julian, a consultant orthopedic surgeon, told the newspaper before the conclusion of the inquest that he strongly suspected a B12 deficiency may well have had played a role in her death. The inquest hearing, the inquest heard, the family arranged psychological support for what they thought anxiety and had been planning to drive her back to Wales to resume her student studies in September of 2019, but they found her having attempted to take her life at home that day, and she died in Cambridge Aidenbrooks Hospital 2 days later. In a statement, the Vegan Society said, everyone at the Vegan Society would like to offer our sincere and heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Georgina Owen. The death of anyone, let alone such a bright, caring young person, in these circumstances is devastating. The society is the society is clear in its long established advice regarding B12, which can be obtained in sufficient amounts by vegans via supplementation or fortification. This can easily be done by taking supplements, for example, in tablet form or by consuming varieties of products such as plant milks, cereals, or nutritional yeasts that are appropriately fortified. The society added that more information on B12 and other aspects of vegan nutrition can be found on this website here. Click this link if you need more. And I don't need more information. Uh, yeah, I was B12 deficient, and I was having focal seizures, and then I just stopped having focal seizures because that was the same day I started taking this B12 by Nature's Made gummies, and I haven't had a seizure since that day, and that was last year in May, on like May 10th. Um, so Yeah. Haven't had a focal since I started taking it. B12. Try it out. I suggest it. B12 gummies by Nature Made. Uh
That's
yeah, what do you guys go ahead.
Go ahead,
yeah,
Mark.
that's sad. I mean, obvious, but mental health and suicide is always tragic, but such an easily preventable um instance or well, yeah, I guess yeah, it's easily presentable if she'd just eaten right. If it weren't for
Um
the vegan diet, she wouldn't have had, I mean, it's not to say she wouldn't have had any mental health problems, but if they're saying, you know, that she was completely or mentally healthy before, and only after starting the diet did she start to go downhill, and they found that clinically significant, you know, um, deficiency. Like, yeah, I guess I gotta conclude that it would have been preventable, should have been prevented.
yeah. Um I didn't know that vegan you missing something. I thought
Well,
it
I
was
think
cutting
in
out meat.
is
vegetarian and vegan both are very hard diets to maintain, I would think. I mean, coming from an omnivore myself, I just
well, all humanity are omnivores.
you
That's
know what
not
I'm saying though. It's
yeah,
just
I know. I just want to make emphasize that point that you know,
vegan
the
is even more
human,
strict than just vegetarian.
yeah,
I don't know the
the
difference.
human
I thought they were just
body
not eating meat.
is an omnivore. It's not made to get all nutrients from plants. It's
Basically,
just not possible. It's
I
like,
think that vegetarianism is mostly you don't eat meat, but vegan is you don't eat any animal products whatsoever. Like no eggs, no cow's milk, none, nothing. It's all got to be strictly plant-based. It's a lot more strict.
yeah, no meat, no dairy. It's,
Uh,
I mean, the B12, like they said, the B12 could be easily avoided with dairy products, right?
Yeah.
You can get your B12 with cheese or
I
in your
I knew
salad.
someone. Well, I know someone who made tofu tacos, and then that's when I was just like, okay, I don't think I could do the vegan. Uh,
I've never had tofu.
I mean, it tastes
I'm
like
not going to tell you
nothing,
don't eat it, but
basically. You gotta season it
Seasoned.
to taste like whatever you want to imitate. It's eh, it's a good filler, but
I'm a big fan of
it's
pork.
never gonna be the star of any show.
mm,
Uh,
I don't like
so as
it.
soon as you start making it to start tofu tacos, it's like, okay, no.
If you want tacos, just go get tacos.
Yeah,
Right.
well, hey, I mean, it's about that time, ain't it?
It
Yeah,
is.
But
I haven't had any tacos in a minute.
I
I
have
don't want tofu tacos.
no tofu. Yeah,
Why don't you try some tofu, and so you can get an understanding for why I don't eat it anymore. I tried it
yeah,
with
it's
a few
just
different people. So the people that I tried it with, I told both of them I don't like it. How you guys got it? One of them was like basic and some broth, and one of them was the tofu tacos, and I was just like, all right.
I mean, I'd try it, but I can't expect that it's going to be any as good, even as,
Hmm.
yeah.
Nah. Nah.
I don't even have an explanation for
I'll
what it looks like.
I'll have it in like hot and sour soup when I get Chinese food, but that's only because it's there. You know, I'm not
It's
gonna
in little bites,
eat
though.
around it. Yeah, it's like
Like if
those
it was
little.
free, I'd try it
I
again.
like the shape too. They cut it into those nice, satisfying rectangular shapes, so that makes it easier to. But they don't taste like anything. It tastes like the soup. It's
What's the
just something
texture like?
like I don't know. It's
There's
hard
no
to.
texture.
It's like just squishy and a little bit firm. It depends. There are different firmnesses of tofu. So
Okay.
yeah,
You guys are definitely not making me want to go try
not
some
selling
tofu.
it to
I don't
you.
suggest
No,
it.
No.
no.
Yeah. Mm,
Yeah, I don't suggest it, and it wasn't good. It reminds
To
me
each his own.
uh,
mm,
it looks like if you had a domino made of toothpaste without the taste, because it doesn't taste like anything. Uh, that's a personal experience, not from the people out there. You might have had some other one, but it just had the regular broth and tofu. I don't know the restaurant because it was on the East Coast, and well, not because it was on the East Coast, but it's because I don't know that area when I went there. Um, yeah, and then the tofu that I tried here, the tofu tacos, don't do it. Mm. It just seemed like the seasoning was on the outside, but other than that, when you go behind it, it's like I don't know, little pieces of butter, sticks of butter. They don't look like butter or taste like butter, but
yeah.
like
I'll
eating
take some Taco
Play-Doh.
Bell, thanks.
Eat them Play-Doh, or
Send me Play-Doh.
like the big blocks of cheese come, like, maybe like that. You like cut it in some pieces. That's what it looks like, and it's just white. The
Yeah.
ones I've tried, they were just white. Uh,
Yeah.
See the little grill marks where they tried to make it into taco meat, but
Yeah, you guys are definitely not selling it.
I'm not trying to.
I know.
Um,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
I'm
mean,
not
I guess I
I'm
would
not a
probably
soybean
try it.
farmer. I'm not making a living off of it. So, no.
I suppose I would probably still try it, but I don't expect that.
Yeah.
only way
I am
I'd
from the
try it.
land of beef,
Only way I'd try it is if it was free.
Beef country.
right?
I wouldn't pay
Beef is
for it.
what's for dinner.
Mm-mm-mm.
Mm.
I'm gonna Uber Eats you some tofu dinner.
Mm.
Would you try it if it
I'll
was
make sure
free?
I have
Oh,
sandwich.
oh,
I would
oh,
try it, but I'll make sure I
oh,
got stuff to make a sandwich if it's terrible.
mm.
Oh man. Uh, yeah.
I think peanut butter and jelly sounds better than that, right? Honestly,
Mm. Yeah.
I legit
I
gotta
got
order
this.
you some from somewhere near you. Um,
Butter and jelly or
mm, mm, mm,
Chef Boyardee
Right.
or
mm.
a
Just I'm
can,
Grilled
trying to
cheese.
imagine what
can
it
of
Grilled
tastes
corned
cheese
like.
is
beef
good.
hash.
It literally has
Um,
no taste. Like Mark said, it tastes like whatever you season it with. But I felt like it had to have a lot of that seasoning to give it a taste because the seasoning just kind of wipes off a little bit.
yeah, because it doesn't taste like anything. It's coated
Bland.
coated in flavor.
Bland is different. Bland can have a little take. It tastes like something. This isn't bland. This is just
It's
Blank.
beyond bland.
beyond bland.
Yes, it's not bland, it's blank.
Right? Like you don't know whether to not like it or you're like, what is it about it that's supposed to be good? Because
I feel like the texture would just put me off anyway.
the texture reminded me of Play-Doh.
It's a
No,
little more firmness than Play-Doh. A
Well,
little,
it was a little more
a
moist than
little bit
Play-Doh
of
too.
resistance. It's
it
not
would
as
depend on how dried
not
out your Play-Doh is.
chewy like
Mm.
Starburst, but well, I don't know.
Oh man.
I guess it
Uh,
only came to mind because I'm looking at a Starburst right now. Mm.
um, what's it called? I remember once upon a time where Kevin said Bitcoin was only for uh, drug dealers and criminals.
Yeah,
Uh,
I told you that too. It was
I'm afraid you guys
nerds.
are not right.
Hmm?
I'm just kidding. You guys are somewhat right. Not all of them, but um, got this little bit here I'm going to read to you and you can tell me how you feel about it. It was what you said. It says Grand Theft Crypto. Lincoln Park family survives harrowing kidnap. An entire Chicago family was abducted for millions of dollars in Bitcoin ransom. How a half a dozen Chinese kidnappers landed in front of steps of families near North Townhouse. A global kidnapping case that began in Chicago's Tony Lincoln Park neighborhood and spiderwebbed through the suburbs of California, Mexico, and finally Beijing is a latest example of the surge in digital strong arm benefits. For the past year, NBC Chicago's investigative team has been unpeeling cases that could be describing as grand theft crypto, kidnappings for ransoms paid in digital currencies, many times featuring Chinese organized crime groups. When a band of Chinese nationals showed up at a home in Lincoln Park, they weren't selling something, they were there to take it, grabbing a whole family, including an infant and the babysitter, for ransom of total 15 million in cryptocurrency. Wow. The hit squad was comprised of 6 men decked with tactical black, some wearing ball caps and masks and using getaway vans with fully tinted windows. They arrived in Chicago with an intended target in Lincoln Park, according to federal agents, a Chinese family with money that they had identified through a friend of a family. On October 27, 2024, they abducted one man as he got out of the shower, snatched his wife and their infant along with their family nanny. All were focused all were forced at gunpoint to Airbnbs in the suburbs where the kidnappers restraining the group of the group would zip ties until 15 million in cryptocurrency ransom was transferred. After 5 days in captivity, the kidnappers had their money and released the family physically unharmed. Since then, 6 men have been identified by the FBI and named in federal charges filed in Chicago. Thursday at Dickerson Federal Building, one of them, Zhu Wei, agreed to plead guilty. My client didn't have an evil heart, said Wei's attorney. Way attorney told NBC Chicago investigative team that in the plea agreement, the 34-year-old rideshare driver admits he was recruited to chauffeur the kidnappers from California to Chicago and then Mexico. Four of them, apparent Chinese nationals, flew from Mexico to Beijing, according to Way's plea deal, in order to avoid apprehension, trial, and punishment for kidnapping. They have been arrested by Chinese authority and possibly maybe prosecuted by Chinese authorities, Kessel said. A six-person charge, Ye Kao, is also planning to plead guilty, according to Chicago court records. If a hearing now set for next Thursday. But what about the 15 million ransom that was paid? Approximately 4 million of that transferred cryptocurrency that the perpetrators caused caused to be transferred was recovered. But the Lions share the loss that has not been recovered. Prosecutors said the irreversible makeup of these blockchain financial transactions is what attracts criminals in the first place and what makes people with digital wealth increasingly vulnerable. The numbers and the cryptocurrency losses are surging right now, according to data trackers, and so are cases of what's known as wrench attacks. That term is taken from a web comic that refers to torturing victims with a simple tool such as a wrench to get what you want. As for that Lincoln Park family that was kidnapped, they have not been identified by federal authorities. That is the end of the article. Uh, they got 14 million. Wait, they only recovered 4 million and they took 15. But they're caught now, so I mean, unless your family has your money, you're still stuck with no money. Um, yeah, Mark, I can come get you and hold you for ransom for crypto.
Man, I am worth no crypto at all.
Me
You
too.
can hold me ransom all day long. You will get nothing. I am worth nothing.
Better keep making calls. You guys serious? Not gonna send anything for Mark? Like, come on, give me $30.
I ain't worth that much.
Oh man.
How about a 20?
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That term, that's interesting. The wrench attack. Physical assault or kidnapping used to coerce a victim into surrendering their cryptocurrency holdings or passwords stems from the satirical concept that no matter how secure digital encryption is, it can be defeated by physical intimidation.
Oh,
So, yeah. Um, with a 75% increase in physical coercion incidents since targeting or in coercion incidents targeting crypto investors globally, with kidnapping remaining the primary tactic. Wrench attacks resulted in over $101 million in stolen assets during the first 4 months of a recent year.
oh,
Yeah, high-profile industry leaders and wealthy investors have been targeted both in the US and Europe, with plots sometimes escalating to torture. So, yeah. I mean, now these days, now that cryptocurrency is treated like a part of any responsible investor's portfolio, diversified investment portfolio holdings, right? You have hold some precious metals, some of your money in gold and platinum, and some of your money in the stock market to earn you some and some in safe bonds and treasury bonds, and some invested in various crypto, right? Just means that a bunch of random wealthy executives will have a bunch of crypto that they'll have to have passwords for, right? So,
Hmm.
yeah. Um,
That sucks that they only got 4 million back.
it's fortunate for them that they got anything back at all. Um, Bitcoin, once somebody gets it, it's basically theirs. It's not like a bank transfer that can be reversed. Um, no, and money laundering with crypto is almost trivial. Also, there's things like Bitcoin tumblers that take, all kinds of um, input from all of these various places, and then they pay out with different Bitcoin that has no connection to the initial that you put into it, and basically just auto launder for you right there. No big deal. And yeah, yeah. Defense and prevention suggestions here. Since digital security measures like hardware wallets do not protect against physical coercion, investors are advised to take physical safety precautions, like never publicly associate your real life identity with your cryptocurrency wealth. Avoid discussing specific holdings, transaction habits, or offline wallet locations in public or online forums. Designate trusted individuals who hold multi-signature access or delayed release keys to your assets. Maybe just don't get rich in the first place.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um,
I don't expect I'm gonna get rich anytime soon. So
I'm not planning on it. Definitely not expecting it.
hoping for the
Not
best.
not even hoping for it.
Um,
I don't know. It
hey,
sounds like a
everybody out there
hassle.
watching, thanks for watching. Someone watches the podcast and they send me $5 every now and then. I've never seen this account name uh, on my Cash App, but they didn't do it today or yet. But thank you, but it is weird. Um, I've got $5 one day and $5 another day, and yeah,
Yeah, so what? Thank you. It's weird.
it asks you to put
He's
for
not
what,
giving it
and all
back.
it says is
Is
podcast.
that what you're saying?
Yeah, all it says is podcast, and the reason why. So I'm just like, all right, I don't know who it is. It is
Doing
kind of
something.
but thank you. But
weird.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd be more than welcome to accept $10,000 or 15 million in Bitcoin. How about that?
Let's
I
not
wouldn't
make
change.
ourselves targets for getting whacked with the wrench for passwords that I probably wouldn't even remember anyway, right?
Right?
Right, I changed
I
Wow.
remember
passwords
you.
so much.
Yeah.
Um, uh, yeah, that I have another one if you guys have still got more time. But
I gotta get going now. But
all right
I do
then.
too.
yeah.
Everybody out there watching, thanks for watching, and see you guys on Saturday.
Saturday.
Uh, I'm gonna go get something to eat, breakfast, and see you guys